are. So we're making our way through the Astrodoodle while people arrive and get settled in. Hopefully we'll have a few visitors this evening. Let's just see what's going on. I just sent out the email notice a couple hours ago, so I don't know if anyone's got it yet. Let me see now over here. Okay, I'm going to just carry on with the Astrodoodle for now, okay, if you don't mind. I'm going to, let's do this. Let's get started here. Alright, I'm just kind of double checking my little Astrodoodle here. There are some aspects which some people wouldn't put in, but you know, I've been featuring Chiron for a long time simply because it represents this massive collective wound that we have in Aries. It's It's been going on for a long time. It's a very long transit. It affects all of us. And my personal feeling is that what we're talking about here is all the collective damage from hundreds of thousands, 100,000 years of human existence, where we're starting to realize that our natural rights have been very, very damaged. Our rights to selfhood, our rights to be first, our rights to be correct, our right to be ourselves, our duty to be ourselves and live in our sovereign state and to be dignified and respectful of ourselves. The more respectful you are of yourself in your own life, the more healing that you do to the self, that will permeate to others around you. So it's like medication. But the thing is, this is a global collective wound. Hello, Tina. Okay, I'll put you up there. Hold on. So I've got something from Gregory here. Hello, Path. Hello, Tina. Necessary Truth. If Necessary shows up, they will get a reading. Also, I owe one for Lorraine Tomasic, who is here, and I wasn't able to do the readings. And so I'm going to put one up here for Tina. Thank you, Tina. Excellent. I'll put that one off to the side over here. So we'll have to wait and see who shows up or not. Time will tell. So, yeah. You know, this is my astrodoodle for Earth, for Hollow Planet Earth, and it affects everybody. I see this as like a little weather map, just like when you watch weather.com and things like that. This is just how things are right now. Of course, you can make it a lot more complicated if you want. If you have really, super advanced multi-thousand-dollar astrology softwares, you can look at the asteroids and the comets and the fixed stars and everything. And, you can add extra layers of understanding. But in Western astrology, most of the awareness and perception and experience comes through what we call the planets. Now, we all know that the Earth rotates around the sun. But from our perspective, when we do Earth-centric astrology, we see all these bodies as if they are orbiting around us here on Earth. And so from that dislocated perspective, we get these experiences called retrogrades. Hello, Necessary Truths. Okay? Yeah, okay, I got you already. You're already lined up. Okay, Necessary. Path just indicated that apparently you are driving and listening. So don't do anything silly. Just listen in. Hopefully my dialogue, my monologue, will fill in for you on the imagery. I was just talking about Chiron and Aries. That's one of the things I've been featuring, even though apparently technically it's more like a very large asteroid that orbits in the asteroid belt, and it could be interpreted to have a sort of planetary type of influence with its own gravity. But otherwise, we're dealing with the basics: Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. And they're all just whizzing around in what appears to be an anti-clockwise motion to here on Earth. And of course, the nodal axis appears to go in the other direction. I've studied the nodal axes and how they are formed and how they are measured. It's intimately and completely tied to the moon and I'm not an astronomer, so please don't ask me to explain it. I've tried to understand it many times, but it is a very technical point, and it's a very accurately measured point, and it's to do with like the lunar cycles, and when again, I'm just not going to mention it. I'm just not going to bother because I don't really know how to describe it. So This is always in a permanent state of flux. It's always changing. Some things change very quickly, like the moon. It moves very quickly from our perspective. It only takes 2.5 days to transit one sign. And tomorrow sometime, the moon is going to be over here, directly conjoined with Venus and Mars, and a slightly few degrees farther on, and we are going to see something called a yod, a finger of God. It's going to become very bright for a couple of days, and I'm not going to show it here on the chart, but it is when you have two quincunxes happening simultaneously, pointing at one place, and that becomes a finger of God, and it's a high pressure, inescapable aspect, and it can be uncomfortable. And from I'm just going to mention it now in case anyone's interested, because it has we're dealing with very strong Leo themes right now, and it's going to get amplified tomorrow. And that is well before the sun enters Leo, okay? But right now we have the moon and Venus and Mars all tightly packed up here in Leo. And we're heading towards a finger of God, a yod. And so the message is going to be essentially, hello people, what are you doing? What are we doing as a collective to be our most awesome Leo versions of ourselves in the best possible lights of Leo, in terms of, for example, leadership, generosity, kindness, playfulness, a sense of excitement, risk, grasping life and enjoying life, and having the right to be happy and playful and creative and expressive. It's kind of like the energy of a highly inspired person over here who decides to turn their imagination into a craft, like screenwriting or something, or being a pop star. This fifth house Leo energy here is very much, it's about creative and being the brightest light that you can be in your version of your best self. Of course, we might discover that a lot of us are suffering massive collective wounding, and it might be difficult to manifest the best version of our Leo selves. Remember, all of us have Leo at about 16 or 18 degrees in our chart somewhere. Question is, where does it lie for you? Could be anywhere, depending on your ascendant, your time of birth, and so on. I know, Path. Leos can't take any more pressure. Oh, poor Path. Yes, it is a lot of pressure. And the thing is, you would imagine, it's great, it's easy to have fun and be happy and playful and inspiring and encouraging of others and embracing your, let's say, virility and your courage and your bravery and giving yourself permission to have creative self-expression, to show off. And it's like one of those, what do they call them? Talent shows or something. We all have talents. Are you ready to shine your fullest talents to share with the earth? It's in a hard opposition to Saturn in Aquarius. And so Saturn is going to be saying and watching very closely over the shoulder as we go through this yod tomorrow and the day after. It's going to be saying, okay, great. Thanks very much, Tarot Lumination, for telling them all about that. But please remind them that this creative, vibrant, joyful, fun-loving, exciting, creative self-expression and sense of self-awesomeness and leadership needs to be conducted in the context of how is that useful to society at large, where it is not all about self-aggrandizement and I'm just an amazing pop star and all I can think about is me, and I'm an insane narcissist. No, it's take that energy and take it to the next level where Leo looks upon the world and shares their light with the world for the benefit of everybody, for the whole community. It's easy for me to talk about it on the channel here. It's a little harder to actually do because not all of us are strong enough or courageous or bold enough or evolved enough to do that. So we are being heavily tested. Okay, let's have a look at the other angle here. This is the Taurus hard square with Leo, okay? So, as you can imagine, there are lots of big questions coming out now regarding global leadership. What's that looking like? And how is that leadership serving humanity at large, or is it self-serving? So I'm not going to get into too much trouble tonight, I hope, but we have leadership in the United States that is, to my perspective, highly questionable, and it's showing up very loudly. Also, we have this aspect here, the hard square between Saturn and Uranus. Again, we've been dealing with this. It's going to be with us pretty much the whole year. So it goes on and hello, Starzy. Hello, Maria. Thank you. And hello, Gregory. I said hi when we just started. But this is still going on here. And again, I see this as massive disruptions in global infrastructure to do with global finance, global banking, and basically shaking up and deliberately shaking up the status quo and the infrastructure that is heavily fossilized and redundant and inadequate, and taking all the bits and pieces and reformatting them in a very much more modern Uranian type of version of money, where it's all about money that is honest and true and universal and for the people. So is that actually what's happening in your world, in our world? In my world, I can tell you it's very, very unstable, because what I'm seeing is that the global oligarchs, the infrastructure, the people at the very, 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 very top of the pile who want complete, utter global control and one world and domination in the form of basically a totalitarian global regime on a monstrous scale never having existed before on Earth. That's what they want. But in order to do that, they want absolute command and control of our money, your money, my money. And there are enough people who are saying, no, I refuse. I am in a revolution. I'm refusing to live under that kind of evil umbrella. I'm going to shake everything up. It's a financial revolution. Okay, that's what's happening right now. And it's happening because it has to happen. Because the global finances are so perverse, so lopsided, so toxic, and so rigged that it's very hard for we the people to operate in a way that's healthy for we the people. And so you could say everything here is exactly as it should be. All the stresses happening here, here, and here. Remember, this is like a massive loose T-square. Okay, this is the T-square. I'll do it like this. Is why they call it the T-square, because it looks like a T. Okay. The polarity is here between Saturn, Venus, Mars, and the Moon. Okay, so it's a triple opposition here with Saturn. So we're being very heavily tested. And in the middle of it is this hard square from Uranus. Uranus is in a hard square to Moon, Venus, and Mars. Uranus is in a hard square to Saturn. So it's a very high pressure type of transit. And it's affecting everybody on Earth. A lot of people are coming unglued. A lot of people are traumatized, shaking apart, falling to pieces, as though there's this permanent ongoing electric shock. I'll just give you kind of an example. I'll see if I can act this out. Hello everybody. I'm up in my own personal space module. I don't care what's happening with Richard, Mr. Branson Pickle from over in England, and Mr. the guy over in that river, the Amazon River, Mr. Jeff so-and-so, and the other one, who's the other? Oh, Mr. Elongated Musk Fragrance. They have their own space programs going, but we're here already, folks. You know, I'm not a lot of people are aware, but I do have my own module, and I use it quite frequently, mostly for entertainment purposes, sometimes just to chillax and hang out, sometimes just to take a break from planet Earth. As you can tell, things are very, very choppy and unstable on planet Earth lately, just like I showed in the Astrodoodle. For example, over here in sunny Las Vegas, I woke up to see a sky that really was not a sky. Everything looked like talcum powder. Everything, it wasn't blue, it wasn't white. It was just a blanket of white that covered the whole of the sky. You couldn't see the mountains, you couldn't see any clouds, you couldn't see anything. It was just like some kind of weird, like everything had been, it's like the whole sky was filled up with talcum powder. It was very weird. Later today, I discovered it's all because of what's called PM 2.5, which is something called particulate matter, which is between 2.5 and 5 microns. So it's very, very tiny. And of course, that I studied further and I realized, duh, of course, it's all the huge forest fires and wildfires up in California and Oregon, because the weather has been blowing down this way. So the sky is literally full of very unhealthy stuff. Oddly enough, I'm not choking or sneezing too much, but I did take a bunch of antihistamines and things. So, hey Jeffrey, what's going on? I just saw that, Pat. Even Cuba is protesting against their communist government. First time, yeah, it's very, very dangerous. China has 360 million people protesting against the CCP, you know? So, it's very strange what's happening in America. You can't really see America here because I'm just kind of in this fixed orbit. I'm basically orbiting stationary, so wherever the Earth goes, I go. So when I want to get back to Earth, I have to actually move my capsule and connect it to the landing module, then it goes back to Earth. But right now, we are in a stationary orbit, and you can't actually see the United States, I'm sorry. Anyway, yeah, let me go back. That's what I was trying to explain. What was I trying to do? Hold on, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, what I was going to say is I think Path Traveler had a kind of a good description of this. If you think of Uranus to do with science and technology and radical new awakenings and shakeups, Uranus was discovered about 200 years ago, and then quickly Neptune, and then quickly Pluto. And of course, if you look at those, like if we all had a private meeting together, I would love to do those again one day if anyone's interested. I would show you some videos that would show you the shocking, mind-boggling changes in human biology and human population in the last 150 to 200 years. And it all coincides with the discovery of Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, where we evolved and changed very radically and very, very quickly, which is kind of a Uranian theme. But it's almost like too much too quickly. We've become like, it's almost like we've become too successful. We've become almost like, it's almost like we've become grossly over successful to the point where we have multiplied ourselves as a species way beyond what is healthy for the environment. And, you know, I enjoy a lot of things that some people don't. And I don't want to lose things like gasoline or fresh air. I don't want to lose air conditioning. I don't want to boil to death before my time. I'm going to be around on planet Earth for a while, And in that time, we are going to see a lot of really big changes at the physical level. My feeling, my prediction is this. It's happening right now. This is the first real shock. The really, really big shock. It started in January 2020. We're cruising through the Neptune and Pisces, and then we dived into Uranus and Taurus about 4 years ago. So over all these, like the last, I would say 3 years, maybe 4 years or so, basically almost the time since when I started this channel. When I actually started the channel, Uranus was in Aries, so we're still fairly early on. But the way I look at it, a lot of the things that I'm seeing in the news with global finances, global climate, catastrophic, like insanely incomprehensible weather, and these terrifying events, which, you know, even if you're a hardcore, let's say, right-wing climate denier, it's going to be very hard to deny the actual evidence of what's happening. I watch a channel that's all about doomsday, and it's heavily scientific, and they make it very clear that the sun has very regular patterns, solar maximums and solar minimums, and we're heading into a solar minimum where things will get colder. And it is happening in a very strange way. But what I'm sensing is that this solar minimum might not have much impact because things are getting so much hotter, so much more quickly, that having a solar minimum isn't going to really do that much. And then, here's what I was going to say. We're going through this first, like, global planetary awareness of climate change. I associate that very strongly with Uranus and Taurus. Radical shaking and upheavals. I mean, it's been predicted for years, but we're actually feeling it and seeing it and witnessing it now. And in about 4 or 5 years from now, after Uranus leaves Taurus and moves into Gemini, we will have escalated to kind of a point of no return with the climate issues. And then we have an 84-year cycle of a Uranus return. Okay? So imagine that. 84 years. So most of us will be gone by the next Uranus return for Uranus and Taurus. But who knows? So, like, imagine now in the next 4 years or so, there are kids who are going to be born with Uranus and Taurus. And then when they die after a long life and they're up at around 80 to 90 years old, they will witness a Uranus return. And my guess is that in the next 84 years, things are going to get pretty scary for planet Earth, because nobody on Earth has the skill or the willpower or the determination or the ability to stop what's happening. Because to stop what's happening, I would have to subscribe to the WEF and go for global eugenics and remove about 6 billion people from the planet. Am I going to do that? Are you going to voluntarily remove yourself for a good cause? I don't see a lot of people lining up for any of that. So it's going to be very weird to see what happens, because human beings are designed to go forth and multiply and propagate and do whatever is necessary to do so, including total kill and obliteration of their perceived enemies, whatever that is. So it's going to get weird. It's going to get really weird, because we are now living in a defined box with limited resources, and it's going to reach global awareness. Well, it's already reaching global awareness, and the question is, what can we do about it? A lot of people are coming up with all sorts of wacky ideas, you know, cloud seeding, weather manipulation, and so on. But that has almost zero effect, considering, you know, the amount of stuff that humans put out, you know, CO2, heat and consumption and burning of fuels, all that kind of stuff. I don't want to go into it too much because it's like what's the point in talking about it? The best scientists, there's no way you can stop the damage that's already been done. My feeling it'll take centuries and centuries to unwind the damage that's been done from overpopulation. And who even knew? When I was a kid, nobody even ever heard of the word overpopulation. You're crazy. Anyway, let's see, Jeffrey. Oh, Jeffrey, wait a minute. I just saw some notes there from Jeff. Oh, okay, hold on. Jeffrey's got the keys to his new place. Jeffrey from up here at the Lumination space station. Congratulations. Yay, what's this? Everyone, I put in my Jeffrey's put in his 2-week notice. Oh, yeah. Bravery. Get the keys to your new place on August. Where are you landing? We're in Ohio. I'll be in a tiny town close to Bedford, Ohio. Well, you will be near the lake. No, I won't. I'll be south of Cleveland. Okay. Well, guess what, Jeffrey? I've spent years in Ohio. And I've lived in Akron. I've visited Cleveland. I haven't been there in a long time now. But to me, Ohio has a lot of appeal. I'm not sure if I'd ever go back to live, but it has a lot of appeal. You will be south of Cleveland. Well, Akron is south of Cleveland. Let's see how this goes. I'm ready. 2 more weeks. Okay, 2 more weeks. Yay. Okay, Jeffrey, you have to keep us posted because you're going through that transition right now. Wow, this is exciting. Hello, Sarah. Good evening. How are you doing? Path is here. Let me just check. Path is here. Sarah's here. Jeffrey's here. Necessary Truth is here. Necessary, you're going to get a mini reading. And Maria. Hello, Maria. Did I say hello earlier? Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Maria. Yeah. Don't forget to keep in touch and update me. Okay, Maria? Hello, Starzy. And Tina. Yeah, I got you. I got your post-it note. And Gregory, I got yours too. All right. Thank you so much. Yeah. So, hold on. It's interesting how those things, with those multi-billionaires with their space rocket toys, it's all happening kind of around now. Elon and Jeff and Richard all doing their thing. That's very bold, creative, exciting stuff. You could say it's a very Leo theme. Sure, why not? It's very outrageous, when you're talking about outer space. That's Uranian energy. And Saturn is testing. Saturn in Aquarius. What does this mean for humanity? How is this going to look? Is it just going to be a big play toy for rich people? Or are we going to do something useful with this amazing technology that we have? Anyway, let's see what we got here. Oh, look what I just found. Cheers, everybody. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to set that here. I think, what was I saying about Chiron? Yeah, I just want to, let me just make another couple notes about Chiron. At this very moment in time, Chiron is quite well aspected, as you can see. I'm just putting these little faint green ones in here to celebrate Chiron. And we've got a sextile, a trine. That's very, very nice. There's probably more as well. So, Like when I think of it, like what I was talking about earlier with Chiron and Aries, I think what we're seeing on a global scale is the wounded self, sovereign self. Like I've got a new medical health care plan, and they do. I was basically initiated to this new plan, so they ask a lot of questions. I'm brand new to them, so they want to know everything about me. I just sent them all my medical records, and I told them all my history and health and all the crazy stuff that's happened to me in my life. And even though I'm still alive, frankly, I didn't want to set off any alarm bells, so I withheld a lot of information about my health that in some ways is completely irrelevant today. It's like it doesn't matter anymore. So I've kind of left it all in history, and I'm coming in like this, like I'm a brand new person, and I'm giving myself permission to be my best version of myself. I decided I'm not going to dwell on all these horrible things from the past, absolutely horrific things, which would normally just kill you. And I didn't die. So I feel very, very lucky, and it shows up on my, let's say, my exams, that it went very, very well. So I'm kind of pleased with that. It makes me feel like I'm going to be around for a little bit longer, and I'm going to make the best of it. I'm going to learn as much as I can, share as much as I can. And I felt like, wow, I'm one of the lucky ones. I'm living as close as I can to my best sovereign self. But when the doctors were talking to me, almost every other question or different exam or test, they were saying things like, this is unusual. So many people come in here and they are so messed up, way more than they even know. It could be anything: diabetes, dehydration, angina, congenital diseases of the heart. It's just a million things. Their lungs, Alzheimer's. They said there's just so many horrible things that come through our doors here at the clinic. And you're like a freak, sir. You're coming in here and this is good. So whatever you're doing, keep doing it, I know a lot about my limitations, and apparently I know a lot about my health and my health care. And so I think that's quite relevant to the channel, because in a way I really feel that this whole channel is really about healing. Ultimately, it's about healing. We talk about astrology and tarot, but those are really just tools for healing. That's the way I look at it, especially in terms of self-discovery. Know thyself. One of the best ways to know thyself is through long-term, conscientious, vigilant, appreciation of astrology. And the tarot helps as well, because it kind of goes to the next level, above and beyond three-dimensional descriptions, because we're actually connecting with the spirit realm. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. I feel so lucky, but I also feel a little bit strange. So in the end, yeah, I do see it as about healing. So I guess that's kind of why I keep the little Chiron thing up there, because Chiron wants to be healed. And one of the themes about Chiron is, what is it? The wounded warrior. So Chiron in Gemini, Chiron in Cancer, Chiron in Sagittarius, whatever it is, but with Chiron in Aries, it's very much about the wounded warrior. I remember seeing a beautiful painting many years ago, and it was this. It was more like a pencil drawing, actually, of this person who was in a very, very aggressive military stance, a very self-defensive stance, with a very powerful gun and protective gear. And on top of that, He was smothered in bandages, layers and layers and layers of bandages so thick that, it's an indication that the whole being, the whole self is wounded, top to toe. And yet they're still trying to protect and defend themselves. And another theme that I go over again and again and again on the channel is that you've got to reveal it to heal it. But guess what happens when you go up to someone who's really damaged and you actually start to peel off the bandage, peel off the band-aids, and you get closer and closer and closer to the core wounding where you need the more and more healing? Guess what happens? We encounter resistance. Because a lot of the times people can't face the wounding. They can't deal with it. They can't comprehend the pain and the suffering, let alone the work that they would have to do in order to heal. Another thing about Chiron is like, healer, heal thyself. Wink, wink. Get it? So I don't talk about Chiron much, but I do take it into account. I think the whole of humanity is kind of like the walking wounded, the walking dead in some way or another. Some of us might have very shiny, bright exteriors. We might have all the trappings of success and wealth and money, but I also see a lot of those behaviors as kind of compulsive or on autopilot. And there are a lot of very, very sick sociopaths and psychopaths at very high levels of society. And those are people who have not done any healing at all. No self-healing at all. They have sought out all their redemption and joy and purpose and sense of value and meaning here in a very narrow, limited, three-dimensional life here on Earth in terms of highly tangible things that feel good, like power, money, control. What else? Power, money, and control. And the more they have of that, the more they want of it, and they believe that that is their pathway to joy. It doesn't seem to work all the time. Oh, you're on a walk. Oh, that's cool. So Sarah, you're on a walk. You're hanging out with this on a smartphone or something, like while you're jogging. Like, oh yeah, hello. Yeah, cool. All right. Anyway, let's go back over here. First up, we got Gregory. Gregory actually sent in a donation even before the show started. Thank you. If Lorraine shows up, there's Lorraine Tomasic. If Lorraine shows up, please somebody type it loudly in the screen or do some kind of thing to, wake me up. I'll keep an eye on the chat. Oh, okay. So you got the phone in the pocket and you're listening to it like a kind of a podcast. Got it. All right, so you can't see the astrodoodle through your earphones, but I gave a little bit of a verbal description, so it might give you some kind of clue, Sarah, okay? But anyway, here we are. This is the astrodoodle for today, and this too shall change. I just want to give people a heads up. Tomorrow, which is the 12th of July in America, there's going to be a very powerful yod on the Leo energy up here with Moon, Venus, and Mars even tighter together. And in a few days, the Moon is going to be over here in Scorpio. So I'm just giving people a heads up for like about 5 or 6 days. Maybe on next weekend, I didn't check exactly. But when the Moon gets over here in Scorpio, even though it might not show up exactly as a big red square, we will have a loose grand square because Saturn's still here in Aquarius, Uranus still here in Taurus, and we're still going to have Venus and Mars over here in Leo, and then the Moon will be over here in Scorpio. So over a 2-day period, we're going to trigger kind of this big, fat, loose grand cross, grand square which would look like this. So in other words, if I do a show on that date, for example, I will draw the same astrodoodle as today with a few differences, and then I will also add in this big fat T-square over here. Now, it's not exact, so a lot of astrologers would say, no, that doesn't count, TL. But as far as I'm concerned, even if it's just in the sign, just for those 2 days, it's going to be there. So that's a very high pressure transit of aspects. It's called a grand cross or a grand square. If you look at it this way, this is the grand cross. If you look at it this way, oops, this is the grand square. Either way, it's a high pressure alignment. 90 degrees to 90 degrees to 90 degrees to 90 degrees. It's a very high pressure, super high stressful aspect. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to be a horrible day. What it can mean is that we might feel squeezed into, let's say, doing or feeling or being things that have to be done, like above and beyond what we would choose in our comfort zone, and we just live it and be it and do it anyway, because we know it's part of the evolutionary pressure. In other words, if you ignore the energy of that grand cross, it's like a waste of a huge opportunity to evolve and grow and adapt. Because even though technically speaking it's a very high pressure transit, high pressure aspects alignment, this is where we do the most growth, is through these big fat red angles, okay? So I'm saying, like, yeah, it might be uncomfortable for some people, especially if you have a lot of emphasis in the fire signs. In other words, Aquarius, Leo opposing, and then Taurus, Scorpio opposing, and then square, 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 square. That's a lot of pressure. So if you are like a Scorpio, Taurus, Aquarius, Leo type, you might feel it a bit more than others. Some might not feel it at all. Depends how tuned in you are. I was watching something. I'll get on with the readings in just a minute, but I was watching something by another astrologer. He's really, really kind of advanced. He's a young fellow, 31 years old. He's been doing it for 10 years. He studied under a fellow who studied under someone called Jeff Green from the 70s, who's one of the most advanced astrologers there ever is, or was. I don't know if he's still alive. But his emphasis was on Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. Anyway, this astrologer was talking about how... My mind has gone blank. What was I going to say about him? He was talking about how... forget it. If it comes back to me, I'll get back to you. I need to meet him. Okay, Gregor, I will do an open one for now, but I still owe you one anyway, so we can do a follow-up later. Soon if you want, okay? No problem there. Damn it, I wish I could remember that thing. What was he talking about? It's a good fellow. Something about the collective. What was it? I should have made notes. Oh, dang. I feel kind of like a vacuum is in my brain. I should know what I was just about to say anyway. Let's go back over here. So, I'm going to set this aside. We're going to start doing the readings. God, now I'm really pissed. I can feel it. I'm really pissed because I had something really sweet for you guys. The collective planet healing itself, yes. Okay. And how we can learn from these very stressful aspects. Yes, yes. How can I recap? Nah. Oh well, if it comes back to me, I'll get back to it. All right, up first, we're going to read for Gregory. Okay, thank you, Mr. Ross. We'll see what comes up. I know you've had some serious challenges recently, health, finances, all of it, like dealing with the huge financial issues. It's amazing. I'll put Tina over here now since Tina's in line. Actually, Lorraine hasn't showed up, so I'm going to put Tina over here. And then if Lorraine shows up, we'll read for her later. Let's see how it works. Let's see what things look like. Oh yeah, I think I remember what it was now. Here it is. Let me go back here. Just give me a second, Gregory. I think, yeah. Sorry. The point that I was trying to make is where I felt some empathy with his other astrologer, in that he sees astrology as a very, very powerful tool for self-awareness. Know thyself. To know thyself is the pathway to love thyself. A lot of people don't want to do the work. What he noticed in his counselings and his meetings is that people come into astrology from the outside thinking like, oh, now I'm going to get fixed. Now that I know my sun sign and I've done my progressed sun, I'm okay now. Everything's great. I learned about my north node, so now I'm fine. But having a technical reading or an empathic compassionate reading from an astrologer where they point out the different things, aspects and things that are very useful for a path of self-actuation, self-healing. A lot of the journey of coming into selfhood, think Aries, think Chiron and Aries, the wounded self. A lot of the wounding, a lot of it is that people don't want to do the work of self-healing because it's inconvenient. It gets in the way of other things. Like, some people are very driven, obsessed with like career or vengeance or shortcuts, trying to take shortcuts through life. Anything so that they can essentially kind of feel good all the time and do anything and everything to avoid the actual process of being here on earth in this life in a full conscious awareness. My experience, my observation is that the deeper and deeper you go into the astrology, the more you realize it's a really powerful tool for self-healing. Because I can't heal you directly. Even the best doctors in the world can't heal you directly. They can do the surgeries and everything like that, but ultimately your body heals itself. Sometimes it's with the help of very powerful doctors or powerful medications or powerful support or powerful nursing, but it also includes compassion. There's so many components to healing, and luckily I've been exposed to almost all of it. So I'm not a doctor, but I'm very aware of the healing process. And so this other young fellow, he kind of has that viewpoint. And he was raging the other day about how people just don't get it. They think astrology is just hocus pocus, or it's kind of a joke gimmick thing to amuse people. And one of the things he said is that he had a comment from somebody that said, "Ha, you're stupid, man. Astrology is just a random personality generator. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of these generators, but I heard about them about 10 or 15 years ago. And it was called the wine review generator. I know this sounds like I'm on a complete tangent, but I used to be a wine dealer many years ago. And it's all about the mythology of the wine and the processing and the marketing and the label and the packaging and all these, kind of intangible things. Well, inside the bottle, it's basically fermented grape juice of certain kinds. And there are tens of thousands of vintners and vines and vineyards and wine companies and wine distributors. So how do they distinguish their wine above another so that you buy their wine compared to someone else's? So they go through huge amounts of marketing and so on. And it got to the point where it was ludicrous, absolutely ludicrous. You have these this language like yes, a faint whiff of avocado overlaid with a juxtaposition of marigold and fine oak. Exquisite, slightly acidic. 7 out of 10. Wine snobs, wine snobbery. So anyway, somebody invented this thing called wine review generator. And all you do is it's like an app on a phone or on a computer. You just click the button and it just spits out this thing like I just kind of said, like one of those things like, this is a very exquisite 1987 Cabernet Sauvignon from the upper reaches of the Dordogne. It's mixed with a chocolate overlay and a fine bouquet of marigold. Exquisite. And it's completely nonsense. It's just made up. And they do it with artificial intelligence. And so that's what this person was accusing this astrologer of doing. Is basically all that astrology is. It's a massive computer generator that creates a fake personality. You just press a button and it just spits out this thing that looks like an astrology chart, and then they tell you that this is who you are. This is your past. This is your present. This is your future. This is your karma. This is your pathway to healing. This is your overview of your old wounds. This is your north node. This is your destiny. And so on and so on. And so this astrologer went absolutely berserk because most of his clients come in just wanting some kind of superficial fix, like, when am I going to get laid? Or when am I going to get rich? Okay. And so the poor astrologer is like, none of that's going to happen until you heal the core problems. You heal thyself, and then you can get back to square one and then live your actual life as opposed to living the fake life that you're living now. Path Traveler, are you telling me I need a timeout? Yes. I'm going to put myself in a timeout. Thank you, Path. Yes. Gregory was in ICU with that fearful bug. Horrible. Anyway, let's do the reading. Sorry, I was just rambling. All right, here we go, Gregory. I'm going to go completely open. Yes, actually, Path, you are onto something. It is very important to know and be aware of when you do need to put yourself in a timeout. By timeout, I would say by deliberately removing yourself from human interactions, like go take a nap or go on a drive, get out of the house, or leave the party, or separate yourself from certain family members, or deliberately take yourself out of a vortex of, let's say, conflict or abuse or random chaotic energies where you have essentially lost yourself. It's important to recognize when you are lost. And then if you are lost, you can click a button. Eject, reject, withdraw, withdraw, withdraw. And deal with it then. It's like my habit. I clean as I go. Instead of leaving problems to pile up and up and up and up, I like to clean as I go. Like, with laundry or dishes or finances or relationships or communications. So the reason I do that is because it's a choice, and it helps me to live in the now rather than being consumed by the past or projecting into the future. I am learning more and more and more to stay very consciously and deliberately in the now and trust deeply and profoundly that I am guided and protected. And if my intuition tells me detach, then I detach. Oh, okay, thank you, Pat. That wasn't about me. Thank you. Yeah. I'm glad we can get humor out of the, reading between the lines here on the chat. Thank you very much. All right, Gregory, you have been through hell recently. Poor fellow. But you're still alive to tell the tale. And you're sharing the journey with us here. All right, cards are well shuffled. Let's bless this whole deck. Bless every single card. This is what we do. Bless the camera, the channels, the lights, the electricity, the cables, the wires, the softwares, the gadgets, the computers, the lights, the microphones, the platforms, all of it. Thank you so, so much. Here we go. Let's see what kind of story evolves here. I'm going to use the same old thing. It's the Tarot Lumination situational spread. Here we go. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Now, Gregory, we have a history. We have a backstory. So that might come up in the reading. We might tap into something new. Who knows? I'm going to look at the bottom card. I'm going to relate that to the astrological weather right now. Most likely, I would call it environmental influences, circumstantial energy. It's not you, but it's around you. So we have the star. Okay, this is a beautiful card. Okay, and to me, it's really, really simple. This is just a very simple, clear, profound message that, Jeffrey, please do not forget that you are guided and you are protected. You may not know it, you may not feel it exactly in its full volume or clarity at all times, all day, but nevertheless it is there. It's very much to do with the Aquarian energy of, let's say, it's almost like selflessness. And that's the Saturn in Aquarius energy. So you might be feeling the pressures of Saturn, obviously, Gregory, where you're being tested and tested and tested and tested and tested, okay? To the point where you lose faith, you lose hope. So this is a reminder that basically, no matter how bad it feels, no matter how bad things get, or no matter how bad things have been, no matter how bad things might be in the near future, nevertheless, whether you like it or know it or not, you are guided and you are protected. Okay? How that translates into physical three-dimensional life, that's a whole other story. Let's have a look at the situation. Okay, so we have the Page of Cups here. My feeling is that the situation is about your innocence in these really complicated, painful situations that you've been living for the last few years. The health, of course, you just had this hideous thing with this nasty CCP bug. But it's also, some people have a lot of awareness of you, Gregory, because you've been here many times with a lot of us. And, some people are more or less acquainted with your story. But for those who are not aware, Gregory has been under a tremendous amount of pressure in business, life, career, and family in terms of reorientation with something that should be filled with loving kindness and evolution. And instead, Gregory has been meeting insane amounts of toxic, venomous behavior from, other people, blood relatives. And yet, when I see the Page of Cups here, my feeling is that the situation, the message about the situation is that you're doing a very good job of taking it as it is, taking it in a way that it's like you're not judging the horrible people and the horrible circumstances to the extent that they could be judged. You could get really vicious and nasty if you wanted to. But instead, you're dealing with it in the most kind and loving way possible, even if it's very confusing and misunderstanding. Because at the soul level, you are learning so much about yourself that could not be learned without the intense pressure, conflict, and abuse and misery coming at you from the so-called loved ones, who in theory would be there for you. You're getting instead just the opposite. So it's a very painful lesson. But my feeling here is this Page of Cups is an indication that you're still taking things from a loving perspective and treating it as a puzzle from which you can learn so much. In other words, it would be so nice to react and take, a vengeance and retaliate for the pain and suffering. But instead, it's not like you're sucking it up or diminishing yourself by dealing with the pain or accepting the pain, but it's more like you're handling it in a very mature way that admits to yourself that actually there is much to be learned here, so long as I continue to maintain a loving perspective, which of course is very, very hard to do. Now, the challenges that I'm speaking of, Gregory, are not showing here in this particular spread. It's just because I know, Gregory, from work together, that you've been through a lot of painful events and circumstances recently that defy logic, as if it didn't really have to be that way, and yet it turns out that you end up having to deal with so much pain because of the immaturity and viciousness of others. So I am layering that into your reading, and I am factoring that into my interpretation of the Page of Cups here. Okay, so what are the problems with all of this? Okay, so when I see the Hangman here, To me, the problems are really simple in that it's actually extremely hard to deal with the intense frustration of being locked into some kind of position where there's no way to actually figure out a pathway to a healthy resolution or outcome. So you end up like stuck in a perpetual negative feedback loop. And that's a serious problem because it makes you feel like you're trapped or imprisoned or like numb and completely disempowered. When in fact, with like in a healthy situation, all parties would want some kind of resolution. Okay? So this looks extremely frustrating to me, but it also looks like you're dealing with it very well, even though it might be very painful. And you just need a reminder that you are guided and protected. It's because, as a person, because we've worked together so closely before, I want everyone to know that Gregory does huge amounts of work. Gregory is one of the people who is willing to do the work on himself in order for self-healing. Because that is ultimately the pathway for joy. Because when you know thyself, that is the pathway to love thyself. A lot of times to know thyself means having to heal thyself. And a lot of people don't want to do that, but Gregory does that. He makes it a priority. Heal thyself. So it allows him to deal with intense pressures that most people would have buckled. And so it's kind of like a pressure cooker way to evolve and grow. So how are we going to deal with this? Because this is very intensely frustrating. Even though you have the ability and you are protected and guided and you have the heart and the love and the soul to be able to cope, it can still be very frustrating. So how are we going to deal with this? So it's like with the Ten of Swords, it's like an acceptance of like, wow, it really is this bad. Things can really and truly get this bad. It's almost like, for example, let's say a year ago or 2 years ago, would you have had any idea, Gregory, that you would be in such a position of so much pain and so much compassion that is necessary to deal with so much pain and suffering? Probably not. And yet here you are, you're actually dealing with it. Because if you actually knew how much pain and suffering that you would have to go through, you might have just decided, I am going to destroy and obliterate anything and everything that gets in my way, rather than deal with the pain of the journey. So with the Ten of Swords, the way I see it is by looking and understanding at your life and your world and your situation and circumstances, like with the CCP bug and all those horrible things that we've talked about in private readings, and instead realizing that, wow, it really is that bad. And if it's that bad, how much worse can it get? We're already at the bottom. So it's like there's only one way from here, and that's up. But it does mean understanding that, like, there's a lot of, there's a difference between the self, the pure self. Let me go back to this a second. Stay there, Gregory. If you look at this as the wounded self, okay? This is just random, okay, Gregory? But the wounded self. We could easily say that you have been severely wounded and damaged in ways that are not justified or deserved. It's because you ended up being a pincushion for other people who are incapable or unable to heal themselves. So you end up being the pincushion of other people who are projecting their pain and suffering outwards, and you are the target. You are the one to blame for all their pain. Now, of course, you know better. So as much pain as you're suffering from being the recipient and the pincushion of other people's projections of their pain and their unwillingness to heal themselves, know themselves, love themselves, you end up being the carrier of pain. But it's at the point where, to me, it looks like you might be reaching an end stage soon, where eventually there's, like in a fight or a battle or a war, sometimes, this is kind of personal, hold on. So Gregory, there are so many different strategies in war. The idea, of course, is to win. But there are different ways. You can win by destroying the foundations or cutting off this, or by attacking directly. And there's other ways sorry, let me go back again. I got to get my feeling here. Exhaustion. Okay, that's the word. Sorry. Gregory, I was going to use the word exhaustion. There's another way that wars are completed or ended or won, depending how you look at it. Some wars are resolved through exhaustion, through depletion. In other words, the enemy, even if they're coming at you, they get to a point where they run out of bullets, they run out of fight, they run out of ammo, and they're exhausted from fighting, and so they just kind of shrink. Now, I don't know if that's the situation here, but with the Ten of Swords, I do see something like that. So it's like you can fight on and on and on, but you get to a point where if you insist on winning by destroying an enemy, you can end up destroying yourself through depletion, if that makes sense. I've never written any books on the art of war, but I'm pretty certain I've lived through many lifetimes where I have been in the front lines of battle. And sometimes you have to figure out when to just duck and dive. Sometimes you have to go full-on attack. Sometimes you have to take a tangent. Sometimes you just completely disappear and then come back from the other side. Whatever it takes to win and predominate. But anyway, with the Ten of Swords for you, Gregory, my feeling is it's just like, it can't get any worse. It can't get much worse. And so that can be a sense of relief, because that can give you an indication, well, this could be a little beacon of light, a little beacon of hope. Look at this, okay? Over here. You are guided, you are protected, there is hope. Hope is the feeling that comes with believing and understanding that there's a possibility for a good outcome even when there is no evidence. Okay? Obviously, there's very little evidence here, and yet we have the Star card. So this is an indication that you're at a point of depletion, a point of exhaustion. It's not over yet. But I'll also understand that let's say, the invisible enemies may be going through something very similar. Okay? Remember, this stuff here, this sacred geometry, applies to you, Gregory, in a very specific way, but it also applies to the other people, let's say your adversaries, in a very specific way too, where they might have reached their own version of the Ten of Swords, where they basically say, you know what, I just don't want to fight anymore. I just want resolution. I just want to clear this up and move on with life. It does happen. I hope that helps, Gregory. Oh, let me look at that again. I'm not sure it's not me inflicting the swords at this time. Well, we can follow up on that, okay? If you are, yeah, well, yes, Gregor, I see. This may be more about them being done. Yeah, maybe they're wiped out. They've reached a point of exhaustion on the battlefield. Thank you, Gregory. I still owe you one, so we'll follow up. I'm just going to tuck these away. Next up we have necessary truth. After necessary we have Tina. I don't know if Lorraine's going to show up, but we'll see. Let's have a look here. All right. Thank you again, Necessary Truth. Just going to run this through here. Ooh, I see your note there. Thank you. Of all things, it is hard to outlast me. Messages from Chris. Okay. Okay. I just got to shuffle things up, okay, Necessary? I see your note there, Gregory. Jeffrey, it's funny, the people that have called me Jeffrey all my life. Yeah. Actually, I have to admit, people, I actually called Gregory Jeffrey once, and I spotted it as soon as I said it. I think I did anyway, yeah. No problem, Gregory. Okay, I'm just going to set this here for a moment. Just want to check in. Hello, Necessary Truth. This is TL from the TL space station in fixed orbit above Earth. I'm just hanging out. I did see Richard go past earlier. It was just whoosh, and he's already back on Earth. Well done, Richard. Congratulations. Did a great job. Okay. You know what? It's time for another beverage. Give me a second here. Yeah, this one's pretty much done. I'm just going to let that sit for a second. I'm going to do something else now. Here we go. How did that work on the audio, Sarah? Did you hear the glugging sound of a wine pouring into the glass? Love Triber has been telling me about these YouTube channels that do something called ASMR, where it's all about the sound and the phonetics of like eating food, eating popcorn, eating a hot dog, eating a hamburger, and all these weird things, slurping drinks. We can do a song too. Okay. All right. Let's do your reading, and then I'll... You know what? Let me just think about this a second, because the song that I'm going to play, if I play it, is going to be called I Am Guided, I Am Protected. Actually, you know, I could do it right now because it's a very short song. I've only done one reading so far in the video. I've been talking so much. Sorry, folks. You know, my whole idea was just to kind of get in there, bang, 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 knock out the readings, and everyone gets on with their life. Hey. So I'm going to do it right now, because otherwise I might forget. Okay? I did. Oh, I just had it there. Here it is. It goes like this. It's only 2 minutes or something. I am guided, I am protected, 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 I am guided, I am protected. When the light of hope it fades, when all faith is blown away, when all sense of trust goes down, when a smile turns into frown, when it feels there's no relief, nothing in which to believe, desperate in woe and grief, angels come reminding me, I am guided, I am protected, 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 I am guided, I am protected. Angels gather close to me, show me what I cannot see. Angels take me by the hand, lift me when I cannot stand. Angels lead me through the dark, soothe and tend a broken heart, laughing at the circumstance, crying while we sing and dance. I am guided, I am protected, 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 I am guided, I am protected. So, that's a Tarot Lumination song for you. I'm just going to check in over here. Yeah. I really like doing these shows. I wish I could do 5 days a week. And I've thought about ways to do that, but I haven't really been able to follow up. There's all sorts of reasons. I could blame the planets, I could blame myself, I could blame whatever. Doesn't matter. But anyway, I was just having kind of a weird flashback. Like before the end of 2018, and how I spent probably 20 hours a week making videos, posting them, and all of that. And I was absolutely convinced on the righteousness and the pathway of what we were doing and how we were doing it. And I got stuck in this whole concept and energy of the guru trap, because I've been very fortunate to work with some really high-powered, like, energy healing people, like in the, like, literally the energy healing community, people who do remote healing, people who do remote viewing, people who do healing hands and things like that. And because it's such a strange and weird and powerful phenomenon, it feels like magic, and you can get really, really mesmerized by the energy. And once I realized that I had a little bit of a touch, I kind of got carried away with myself, and I fell into this trap that some of these high-powered, self-proclaimed healer gurus fall into. And I was called out, unjustified I think, but it made me wake up like, oh my God, what am I actually doing with my power? Is it truly for self-aggrandizement, or am I actually interested in helping people? Some of you might have heard of this. Have you ever heard of that mindfulness app? It came out years ago. This fellow over in England figured out how to take a lot of these like yoga gurus, self-healing type of things, and turn it into a digital app. It's amazing. And you put it on your phone, and it's like, oh, it's like you can talk into the phone, and it comes up with preset answers and bits of music and different vocabulary that you repeat to yourself for the healing. And I thought, this guy's a freaking genius. How did he do it? And because he was very smart in terms of mindfulness, and he ended up being this multi-millionaire owner of this app. It's probably already obsolete and outdated, but I kept thinking like, man, why couldn't I do that? I'd love to be a multi-millionaire and have my own app and fix people just by pressing an app. That would be so cool. Thank you, Necessary. I just see your notes there. Let's get on with your reading while we're doing that. By the way, I have a really powerful Leo streak in my astrological profile. So I'm going to pay attention how things affect me personally. I mean, I do that anyway on a routine basis every day. I'm checking the planets and the charts every day because I have to. Because if I don't, it's very easy for me to go off path. And so I'm kind of stuck in this world where it's like way up in the clouds. And that's great because I feel like that's what I'm built for. And my big problem is operating here on Earth in a three-dimensional level. And Necessary pointed out something really profound and simple and true. Forget the guru mumbo jumbo. Focus on the people you've helped. I've actually done thousands of readings for people. And in each case, it has been a very positive, helpful, healing experience for the client or the receiver. But as soon as the readings or the meetings are over, I forget about it. It's like it never happened. And then I keep going on in my own like the Leo part of my nature. I understand the Leo energy quite well because I actually have some of that in my nature. And All right, I've got to stop. I got to do the reading. Hold on. Like you said, necessary. One soul at a time. Yep. Now, this was already pre-shuffled, but I'm just going to do it again to be extra sure. Ivona just said something. Hey, they have to do ASMR because they can't sing. Ah, yes. I would like to think I can sing. I used to be in a pop group, in a rock band, and I used to be the lead in the little choir at one of my little schools when I was a little kid. Things like that. And I was always forced onto stages ever since I was a child. You could say my mother was almost like one of those Hollywood moms. All right, necessary, let's have a look. You want some messages from Chris. Oh boy. Okay, necessary truth. As often happens with us when we're doing readings together, your invisible friends have a very vivid presence. And I can tell you that Chris is right here. He's right here. And what it feels to me like what he is trying to convey to me personally, not to you, but to me personally, is that, okay, how are we going to do this? I'm going to have to act it out. It's like, okay, imagine your invisible friend, and that's Chris, okay? Imagine Chris is right here, okay? Right here. You can't see him, but he's right here. And Chris is in this very kind of mellow, somber mood. And it feels to me like what he's been saying is, you know what, TL? Today I'm going to be serious. I'm not going to do all the clown stuff. I'm not going to do anything wacky, fun, and silly. I'm just going to be kind of neutral and serious, like a real invisible friend should be. Do you see what we're dealing with here? Necessary truth. Oh gosh. I gotta shuffle again. Necessary. I have to say that Chris, I feel like Chris is right here, and he's kind of taken me under his wing a little bit because he is out there in the spirit realm, and he has access to energy fields that we don't necessarily have access to here. And he was just commenting on what just happened in the video, where it's like it's almost like Chris was telling me, oh, that's awesome, TL. That's exactly how I wanted to convey things to necessary truth. Like, yeah, I'm going to be necessary. I'm going to be Chris, but I'm going to be serious. But being serious is like, it's fun. As far as I'm concerned, it's fun. It's almost like it's incomprehensible that Chris could be serious, but he is going to be serious. Okay? So let's do this, all right? It's almost like he's saying to me, I'm not going to do the things that I would normally do, like trying to mess up your shuffling, or try to make you feel, TL, that we have to mess around with like, I guess you could say clown behavior. He's not worried about his wardrobe or anything like that. It's just, let's just get on with it kind of thing. All right. Sorry, for anyone who's watching this who is not necessary truth, if you're just a silent observer, you've never been to this channel before, you might find everything that we're doing here to be very strange. Okay? For all the participants on the channel, like Necessary Truth, like Gregory Ross, like Tina Miller, and Lorraine, and Path Traveler, and Sarah, and Iwona, and everybody who's here, this is normal. All right, let's cut it up. Let's do your reading. This is a total blind reading, okay? Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. All right, and let's have a look at the weather, surrounding influences. We have the Five of Pentacles. So, what I'm sensing immediately from Chris, okay, I'm going to do this from Chris's perspective, is like, oh dear, oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, poor me, misery, misery, misery. What's going on with my money, my finances? How is that impacted by my interpersonal relationships? Maybe at work with employers, partners, family, whatever it is. Okay? And what Chris is going to hint at is, dear necessary truth, please understand and remember that these are not your problems personally, but you might be absorbing and sensing the challenges, the limitations, the frustrations in terms of physical reality, especially money, from other people, especially one-on-one situations, to the point where you might feel as though it is your problem. The question is it really your problem? That's the message from Chris, okay? On this first card. This is just environmental, circumstantial energy. So it's actually a very tough question. It puts you in a position, necessary truth, where you have to answer and look to yourself and like, wait a minute, what's going on here? Am I absorbing the energies and frustrations of other people's mess, other people's money, other people's limitations, other people's frustrations, and I'm feeling it as though it's my own? When actually inside, if I'm honest, I'm perfectly fine. So, pay heed to that message, okay? Necessary. Chris is being really serious, okay? Okay, now what's the situation exactly here? Okay, so we've got the Page of Swords. So this looks like a very awkward energy field where for you, necessary truth, you might be in a situation where you would really love to call out the truth, the facts, the information, the knowledge, the circumstances. In fact, it's almost like Chris is saying you need to call this out. The problem is that this is like whistleblower energy. So it might be feeling very frustrating, like you might be feeling like, oh my God, if I actually do speak out the truth, call out the truth, demand the truth, I might regret that because it might be too unpleasant or too uncomfortable or too sad to deal with. It might be something to do with joint finances in some way or another. That might be to do with relationships or employers and employees, all that kind of thing. With the Five of Pentacles, remember, these pentacles are still here. The question is, are they accessible? Are they working? Are they earning? Are they prospering? Or are they withering? And the condition of your material, worldly, physical abundance is you're either consciously aware of it or you're not consciously aware of it, but it is contingent on specific one-on-one relationships, like with a partner or with an employer, something like that. So, with the Page of Swords, to me it looks like you're in an awkward position. Like, if you decide to call things out, are you prepared to deal with the consequences of calling things out? If you don't call things out, are you prepared to deal with the consequences of not calling things out? That's a very, very difficult energy to handle and carry. Okay? It's very subtle, it's very difficult. Okay? Now, what's the problem here? Okay, let's be honest. With the Seven of Pentacles, you might feel that deep, deep, deep down, you're getting screwed over. You're getting reamed. Someone is taking advantage of you. You are allowing someone or something, a relationship or an employer or circumstance, to take advantage of you. Dear Necessary Truth, a lot of people know about you here on this channel because you've been here since the beginning. Most people are aware that you are a psychic medium and that you have the ability to work with people who've passed over. And you've done that kind of work before with events and things where you literally offer your services as a medium. So, by definition, you operate at those kind of frequencies, which are the same frequencies at which we operate here on this channel. And that, in one way, that's an awesome thing. But in other ways, that's a real problem. Because when you had that degree of evolution and you operate at those frequencies, sometimes they are very, very out of alignment with, let's say, three-dimensional reality in the way that a lot of people would figure out and sort things out in three-dimensional reality. So, this is swords. This is swords. And so, at the mental level, psychologically and mentally, you might, to me it feels like the real problem is that deep down, and if you're really honest with yourself, you know you're being screwed over. You know that you are either giving away resources, time, energy, value, almost like being complicit in theft. Okay? And at the same time, I think what Chris has also wanted to do here is add another layer to my notes here, is that, dear Necessary Truth, it's very important to be aware that you are a victim of theft. It's not just in your imagination. It's not just something to fear. It's actually something that is happening in real life. At some kind of level in your world, your life, some form of theft is happening to you by someone else or by something else. Someone else could be a one-on-one relationship, or something else could be like an employer, or like a collective energy. Something like that. So the problem is, because you're naturally so aware anyway, and you already have your own vivid collection of invisible friends, spirit guides, and so on, it just makes it harder than ever to deal with it, because what we're dealing with here, it's like dealing with a problem that most people would never have to deal with, because they would never be aware that it existed at their frequencies. But at your frequencies, Necessary Truth, we actually have a problem here. The problem is that there is some form of subtle theft going on. Number two, you are aware of it, and there is a what's the word? It's a very specific word. There is a natural obligation to call it out. You are aware of the depletion, but there is a problem with calling it out. Hold on. Okay, necessary. This feels like a very awkward, very delicate kind of situation where you are completely aware of everything that we've talked about here on this reading. Now, I might not be personally, Tarot Lumination, saying the exact words that would make it an absolute confirmation, but the theme of the message here would resonate very strongly with you. And so in this situation, how are you going to deal with it? Because oddly enough, necessary, this is a very common problem with people. Many people on earth are in situations where they know deep down, if they're honest with themselves, they're being screwed over by someone or something, an enterprise, an employer, a concept, a philosophy, a belief, a religion, a job, a lifestyle, where they've signed on to something and it's actually fake. And they're aware of it. This reading is an indication that you are very aware of it, but it's almost like you wish you weren't aware of it. It would be so much easier to just like dumb yourself down and wish you had never been born with the frequencies of perception that you have. But that's the problem with being HSP, high sensory perception. If you are naturally high sensory perception being, then anytime you decide, like, I can't handle this anymore, I just want to operate in a low sensory perception, you are damaging yourself. So you're really stuck here, because it feels to me like at a very deep level you are perfectly aware that there's something very subtle and inappropriate that's going on between yourself and another entity. The entity could be a person, a job, a situation, an employer, a commitment. It could be your belief system about global finances, whatever it is. And you're realizing, wow, I am actually being freaking screwed. I'm terrified of it because I don't deserve to be, but wow, this is a problem. So how are we going to deal with that? Okay, with the Four of Pentacles, it's a really simple message. This is about defense. Defense, defense. Protect your money. Protect your privacy. Protect your resources. Protect yourself, okay? I'm not kidding, necessary. Right now it looks to me like no matter how uncomfortable it might be, right now it would be a good idea. For example, let me just go over here. Give me a second. In day-to-day terms, it would be doing simple things like, wait a minute, I have to do two-step verification on all of my debit cards and credit cards and bank accounts. I cannot afford to be hacked or usurped or undermined by a secondary influence. You've got to check all your passwords for all your online activities. If necessary, change all your passwords. If necessary, enact two-step authorization. Okay? I'm not kidding. Okay, necessary. Okay, I'm saying that like it's Terra Lumination, but really, let's just say it's Chris. Okay? And Chris is being very, very neutral. And it's like Chris is like, okay, I'm not being a clown right now. I'm not trying to have fun or do silly fun things. It's like, I'm Chris. I am your invisible friend. I am one of several or many invisible friends. And yes, we have a history of having fun together. And you know me as this comedian, fun-loving, caring spirit guide. But tonight, right now, on this reading with Terra Lumination, we are not messing around. This is very serious stuff. Okay? I'm taking off my clown hat, my goofy ties, my silly shoes and shirts and whatever. We're doing this like in real time. This is very three-dimensional, okay? The Four of Pentacles. We're dealing with your physical reality, your money, your finances, your resources, your inheritance, your retirement, your debit cards, your credit cards, your bank account, your paychecks, your salary, whatever it is. What Chris is indicating, and I'm basically, I guess I'm the voice of Chris right now, is like, you need to do a complete, like a protection thing, okay? Seriously, necessary truth. There is cybercrime and personal crime, family to family crime, relationship to relationship crime is very, very, let's say, active right now. Because in nature, people naturally do share resources. Husbands and wives, parents and children, and so on and so on. And long ago, things were very, very simple. Really, really simple. You couldn't steal money from a bank unless you actually walked in there with a gun. Okay? Today it's completely different. Crime can happen so effectively and so secretly that you don't know you've been completely destroyed until you've been completely destroyed. And then the chance of recovery it's a nightmare. No matter how much insurance or protection you might have apparently from your banks or your credit cards or your unspoken agreements with friends and family and employers and whatever, all of that stuff. No, 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 no. Necessary truth. You need to take full responsibility for protecting your money, your privacy, and yourself. Okay? Literally yourself. Okay? It's very, very tedious. In three-dimensional terms, it means things like changing your passwords for everything, creating very complex passwords that you cannot remember, which forces you to have to create a very private personal log or document where you store all your passwords. And then on top of that, you create third-party layers, or whatever they call it, two-step verifications. It's really important that you implement all of this stuff now. We just had a new moon, okay? There is no time to waste, okay? It's really important. Even if you feel like comfortable, it doesn't matter. You need to take serious precautions right now because you are highly vulnerable. Okay? Okay, let's go back. Literally, Four of Pentacles here. Protect your money. Protect your privacy. Protect yourself. Protect your assets, your world. Okay? No apologies. Okay? You just, it has to be done. This is how it is now going forward in life. It's not just for you personally. It's everyone on earth. We have to do this now. But for you personally, necessary truth, you have to do this. All right. There you go. Thank you very much. I hope that helps. Tina, you're up. Sorry it took me so long. I've been going on and on and on. All right, Tina, I hope you're well. I saw some notes from you earlier. Something I think you said about Ava is going to be a cadaver dog. Is that right? Lorraine, I'm just going to ask. Lorraine, are you out here tonight? Are you here tonight, Lorraine? Because I've got you here in case you are. All right, Tina, let's see what's going on. If there's anyone out there, I can handle one more reading, okay? I can handle one more reading after Tina. It looks to me, I'm guessing that Lorraine is not going to make it here tonight. And I can handle one more reading. So I'm going to put up an empty post-it note. So if anyone's out there, especially newbies, if you've never ever done this before, and you want a reading, there's several ways you can do this live tonight, right now. Okay? Number one, you can go to tarotlumination.com. You can go to the donate page. You click the orange donate button. It takes you to a payment processor. You swipe your card, you put in 10, 20 bucks or whatever, and it will show up over here as a notice on my email. That's one way. Another way you can do it is if you have your own PayPal account already, you can just send a donation to a little book about at yahoo.com. That will get here too. That's the TL email, okay? Okay, that's one way to go. The other way you can go, which is the least effective, is to do Super Chat. The Super Chat is where you type in your stuff on the chat, and just below where you type in, there's a little box. It's a gray box, and it has a dollar sign in it. You click that box, and that opens up a payment processor. Okay? That's it. Swipe a card. 10 bucks, whatever it is, 20 bucks, 100 bucks, $1 million. I do $1 million readings. I would love to do $1 million reading. Okay? In case there's any moguls out there, space moguls who would like a space mogul type reading. Anyway, so what I wanted to say is that my guess right now is that Lorraine's not going to be here tonight. And I have room for another one after Tina. So we're going to read for Tina now. I got room for one more. So if anyone's interested, especially if you've never been here before, I would love to do that. Seriously. If somebody's out there watching, they've never done this before, and they want a live mini reading with tarot, and you think, why not? It's crazy. How crazy can you get? It doesn't get crazier than this. You could say it's a form of entertainment. Tarotainment. Just treat yourself. Use the three things I described. Either PayPal directly to a little book about at yahoo.com, or go to tarotlumination.com to the donate page, click that, get your processor, payment processor, swipe your card, or you can do Super Chat. Super Chat takes about 30% of the money. But it works. It still works. I get some of it here. I'd like to get all of it, of course. Duh, obviously. Yeah. Anyway, we've only got a very small number of people here, but you never know who's out there. Some people just watch, but they never type in. They never get a reading or anything. They just watch it for entertainment. Anyway, let's go over here. All right, Tina, let's see what's going on. I see your note there. Oh, yeah. Okay, Tina. Wow. Hold on. Yeah, I'm just reading notes from Tina. If no one gets a reading after me, could I do a group reading? We haven't done that for a long time. Well, let's see what happens. Okay. That's almost like a TV show. Thank you, Tina. It says like, Nikki may see dead people, but we're going to find them. To anybody who just clicked in or logged into the channel right now, Tina is the proud owner of Ava, who is training to be a cadaver dog, search and rescue dog, specifically for cadavers. That's dead bodies. Oh. The other thing, of course, is like if someone's just dropping in right now, completely out of the blue, Necessary Truth just happens to be a psychic medium who works with clients every now and again to connect with the friends, family, and relatives who've passed on from the client. There you go. That's how weird it gets at this channel. I love it. All right, Tina, here we go. Let's see what happens. Alright, here we go. This is good. Very well. A nice clean shuffle, a nice clean cut. Tina, we've worked together quite a few times. But again, I'm going to go blind, if it's okay with you. And some of your history will or will not appear in the story. We'll see what happens, okay, Tina? But right now, to get people up to date, you are the proud... I guess, is it owner or the caretaker of this wonderful dog Ava, who's going to be a cadaver dog in the search and rescue world. Awesome. Oh, wow. Just imagine if Ava was already ready to go, you would probably be in South Florida right now. Well, actually, I think they've already given up the search and rescue for the bodies when that big apartment building collapsed. Hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute. Who's this? Moonlight. Moonlight. Hello. I just want to check in with you. Give me a moment, Tina. I'll be right there. Okay? Hello, Moonlight. I don't know if you've been here before. I don't recognize the name. It's like I don't remember everybody, but I'm not clicking, but you just put some notes in. It says, it can get weirder. Can anyone connect with someone in a semi-conscious coma? Whoa. Moonlight. That is what I need. Hold on. Okay. Look. Moonlight, stay there. Okay. Necessary just wrote in, yes, Moonlight, because they are in and out of consciousness. Who is the female you want to know about, and what's her first name? Moonlight, you came to the right place at the right time for the right reason with the right people. So you guys just continue to connect there in the chat. And if I have to, I will hook you guys up so you can do whatever you have to do about connecting with someone in a coma. Okay? Tina. Okay, Ivona. Tina, I was thinking, you should get in touch with an animal communicator to help with Ava's work. Whoa. Well, actually, we've had animal communicators on this channel. Ubasti's purr. Does anybody remember Ubasti's purr? Wouldn't it be amazing if she came back? She's an animal psychic. She's an animal communicator. Necessary truth. Come see Namrod. Moonlight. No, I've not spoken to Tina Miller. They are still searching for bodies. Oh, so Tina is saying there's still 40 bodies not accounted for over in Florida. Wow. Moonlight. It is not a female. It is my son, Trevor. Wow. Moonlight. Thank you for coming to visit us. So, from your notes, it sounds like your son is in a coma. Is that correct? Is that my understanding? Hold on, I want to just check through the chat through here. Moonlight, no C in name. Okay. Okay. Alright, well, Moonlight, just hang in, okay? Just hang in. I've got to do a reading for Tina right now, but hang in with us, okay? Just hang in for a little bit. It's kind of like we do one reading at a time here, and you just showed up. I guess you were watching or listening or something, and you decided to join in the chat. Okay. If there's a way we can help here, we'll figure it out, okay? Semi-conscious coma. Okay, sorry, Tina, let's get back. Okay, I'm working with Tina now. All right, Tina. Oh my gosh, Tina. Tina. Huh. I don't know if you can feel it over there, but I'm feeling it very strongly over here. Ava has a very, very strong energy. It feels like it feels like she's right here just off to my left side over here, and her best way of communicating is a rich kind of a bark, but the bark is basically, the real message behind the bark is like, Tina, I want you to know I am here, and I will do whatever I can, however I can, to help, okay? This is who I am, this is why I am, and so on and so on. There's a great love in this dog, okay? This dog has a very big heart, a powerful heart. Moonlight, you're in a really good place right now. I don't know if we're going to be able to help you tonight, but seriously, you're in very good company tonight, and I can guarantee you that if not myself, then there are other people here tonight who will definitely be able to help you, okay? So hang in, okay, Moonlight? Please hang in. All right, Tina, let's have a look. By the way, I just want to mention something. I learned last night that Fritterly is in really deep trouble. Okay? I don't know what I can do at this moment in time, but I know she's in really deep trouble. And she needs every bit of help that she can get. I don't know what to do or how to do it, but I just wanted to put that message out there. She is literally coming apart at the seams. Okay? As many of you know, Frittily has been hanging out with the channel for years. And Frittily is one of those people who was born with an intelligence that's way above average. And it's to the point where it's actually a real problem for her. It's painful. It's really, really painful. Frittily is in a lot of pain. And she deserves better than what's happening. That's what I feel. She's deep in the victim energy field right now. And it's very, very hard for her. All right, Tina, let's have a look. Alright, I did a very extreme cut, in case you didn't notice. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Now, Tina, we're going completely blind, so let's see. Okay, with the Seven of Wands here right now, what I'm sensing is that what is basically surrounding you, Tina, is a lot. It's like a really super hyper amplified energy field, which is, it's not impossible to handle, but it's really kind of taking you to the limits. You're going to be fine. Well, I think I wouldn't be surprised if this is something to do with Ava, with the Seven of Wands, because over here it feels to me like Ava has a really powerful, fierce energy that she desires to share with the world. And it sounds to me like the only way she can do that effectively is through you and with you. And with the Seven of Wands here, to me it's an indication that Ava is going to inevitably, without any malice, put a lot of demands on you, Tina, in some way, shape, or form or another. And of course, you will manage, but there will be times where it's like Ava is leading you. That's what I'm sensing here, okay? So, give me a second. Did you say something earlier, Tina, about Aries energy? Something to do with Ava and Aries energy? I'm sure there was. Hello, Nature Explorer. I know you've been here before. Thank you for hanging out with us. So Tina, I don't know how old Ava is, but from what I understand, she is a German Shepherd. But she has a really strong aura, and it's almost like she needs someone to understand that. Otherwise, it's almost this like, she's almost like saying, well, what's the point in me being here? And this is a really strange reading. Honestly, Tina, it's like Ava's energy, it feels like she is right here in the room with me in a very so Tina, you know what it's like when a dog chooses to place themselves next to their owner, their keeper, their human. Like the bond is very powerful to the point where, maybe it's not your situation, but I've had a pet dog before, and I know that dog would kill for me if he felt that my life was threatened. That dog would literally kill for me. No apologies, nothing. Okay? I'm not saying Ava is like that, but it's the same degree of connection and commitment. So, I don't know if this reading was supposed to be about Ava, but it seems like Ava is very present here. And Ava wants to make it very clear and very known to you that she is here. And she can't really be who she is without someone who is there for her, which would of course be you, Tina, for better or worse. So it's a big commitment, it's a big responsibility, and it might take you further and further than you might have planned or might have expected. But Tina, you will rise to the occasion, for sure. This is just personal, forget the reading. I would love to hear, in years to come, that Ava has built up a history of doing a really good job as a cadaver SAR dog. That would be the ultimate accolade. Okay? Anyway, let's get on with the reading. What's the situation? Okay, so I've got a 6 of Cups here. And this is going to sound really strange, Tina, but I don't know if you've ever had a past life. I'm not going to go too deep into this, but a past life where you've had connections with pets, animals, dogs, in particular Ava, in a past life where you built a very strong, loving bond. The sort of loving bond that exists in present-day life between a pet and an owner. Sometimes human beings have relationships with their pets that are far more meaningful, powerful, and loving and valuable than any relationship that they might have with another human being. That's what I'm sensing is happening here. And it's like, to me, it feels like going back into the past that you, Tina, you might have encountered or had a relationship with Ava in another lifetime, where Ava existed in another lifetime in a less mature form and you in a less mature form, but you built this really, really loving, powerful bond where here today in present life you can activate that bond as a loving gesture where you extend your love to Ava, and in exchange Ava is there for you in her own way. And it's like, okay, this is a really strange reading, but literally, Tina, this is what I'm sensing. It's like Ava is so grateful to be with you in this lifetime, because it's like you're the only person who would really understand her at the level that she needs to be understood. because she wants her chance to shine as Ava. It's built on past life experience, okay? But now in this lifetime, you would feel it as a loving bond between you, yourself, Tina, and Ava. What's the problem here? Okay, to me it feels like when I see the Knight of Swords here, it feels like one of the challenges that the demands and the expectations would be so high that it's like, how on earth can you, Tina, and Ava possibly fulfill the demands of what needs to be done? It's almost like there is so much work to do in the field of work where Ava will excel, with you, Tina, at her side, that it's like, oh my God, this could be very consuming. It's like having taken up the commitment to have a relationship with Ava, and then committing to be like a guardian, steward, caretaker for Ava in this lifetime. It's like you open yourself. This is your reading about you, but Ava is very intimately involved here. You end up to a point where like it's actually quite consuming, perhaps more consuming than you would have ever imagined or planned. And that's not a good thing or a bad thing, but it might catch you by surprise, okay, Tina? For example, let's say Ava goes out in the early stages of her new life, her new career, and she actually gets involved in search and rescue and finding a body, where they need to find a body. And that works. And so Ava starts to get a reputation about being a really good SAR dog. And that feeds on itself. And then you start to realize, my God, this is a really important, serious thing. And then it almost feels like Ava is now pulling you on the leash, okay? Does that make sense, Tina? It's almost like whether you like it or know it or not, Ava is now empowered to be her most awesome self. And then you are, if she's a German Shepherd and she's young and vital, she's very powerful and she could really pull on the leash, okay? Really seriously pull on the leash. And it's like you don't have an option except to go there, because you've kind of almost made this blood bond with each other. And it might be a little bit more demanding and take you into new territories or new stages of life that you could not have predicted before taking Ava into your life. Okay? So how are we going to deal with this? Because this is a lot to handle. It's a very strange reading because I'm feeling a very strong presence of Ava here. Like Ava wants this to be understood very clearly. Like how things are between Tina and Ava. All right, how are we going to deal with this? Okay, look at this card. Okay, Tina? The imagery. These dogs are fierce and powerful, and yet they have the ability to sense fear. And even in their greatest power, they still sense fear when they sense fear. Whether the fear is logical or justified or not, it doesn't make any difference. So my feeling is that the way to handle the situation is to completely utterly surrender to the journey that unfolds in front of you, Tina, where this new relationship between yourself, Tina, and Ava is going to take you into places that you might not have, expected or planned or allowed for in life going forward. And it's to the point where it's like if she's pulling you so strongly on the leash, if you try to resist or hold her back, you are doing her a disservice, which in turn means you're doing a disservice to humanity. So it's almost like you have no option. The way to go forward is to literally allow yourself to be drawn into the unknown, be drawn into the shadows, be drawn into the mysteries where Ava is leading. Ava's energy is so strong that I feel she is going to lead you. Okay? This is the moon card, okay, Tina? Okay? It's often associated with deep fear of the unknown, deep fear of the shadow, deep fear of the future, deep fear of understanding or committing to the path of life that lies ahead of you. But you're going to be fine because there's so much love here. I just think it's a very loving, beautiful thing. Thank you, hello, Jennifer Rubino. I know that name. I've seen you here before. I'm pretty sure. Hello, Jennifer. So, Tina, there you go. I hope that makes sense to you. It's a very loving thing. To me, I'm feeling like if I could really speak German Shepherd, it's almost like what she's trying to say is like, dear Tina, thank you for adopting me. I am so grateful. I am going to be a handful, but I'm worth it. This is my chance to be me. I can't be me without you. Okay? It may not be easy. It might be frightening, but this is how things are. I'm sorry, Tina, but this is what the reading is. It's just that to me it looks like a completely extreme, over-the-top reading. I hope it makes sense, okay? Tina says, I don't know this deck too well. Tina, this is the Universal Golden. It's just the same as all the other Rider-Waite based tarot decks, but it's just a different artist impression. That's all. It's a beautiful deck. I love this deck. I chose it tonight because I just wanted to be as shiny as possible. It's the Leo theme, okay? Thanks, Jennifer. Look at that! So, hey, Tina, can you see those notes there from Jennifer? That should give you some encouragement, okay? Another thing, Tina, I might have mentioned this before. When I was a little tiny kid, I had a German Shepherd. Okay? He was my dog. In reality, he wasn't really my dog. He was the dog of my parents. Because my parents wanted to make sure that their little darling baby boy was not going to be stolen or hurt by crazy neighbors or criminals or something. At that time, our family was living in Lima, Peru. And at that time, Lima, Peru was a very different city to what it is today. It was a very noble city, and it had a lot of classic Spanish type culture mixed with indigenous culture. And our family lived in a modest house in a modest neighborhood with like a fence and a yard, and it was very green and there were plants. And at that time, my father was a sales representative for Goodyear tires, and he traveled the whole world to basically hustle tires, mostly to big tractors and big construction and development vehicles. And at this time we were in Lima, Peru, and I was the firstborn child, and my dear mother was very loving and very protective, and so she made a decision to get a German Shepherd. And this German Shepherd was a boy, and they named him Tuca. I think I told this story another time. And Tuca loved me, and he understood his job was to protect me and defend me against anything and everything. But there were times where he would get jealous because I was actually the center of attention of my loving mother. And Tuca was secondary to me. Tuca did not appreciate this, and every now and again he would get jealous, and he would vent his jealousy in the garden. I would be wandering around, wobbling around in my diapers. I was only about this big, and I would fall down and get up, and Tuca would stay very, very, very close to me all the time. And my parents also, because of the economy, the way things worked, it was very simple and easy and affordable for them to have like a nanny. So in some ways I was very spoiled as a child. The economics at that time were very different to what they are today. But also when you consider the difference between an American paycheck compared to the economy of a nanny in Lima, Peru, it made sense for my mother and father to get a nanny just to help. You know, it's a total luxury to have a nanny. But I also know that I spent a lot of time in my mother's arms and on my mother's breast. I was breastfed. Anyway, there were periods where every now and again Tuca would get pissed off. Like you're the special child, and I'm just here to protect you. But you don't understand that I'm awesome too, and I deserve as much attention as you do. And every now and again he would walk up to me while I was walking around and waddling around, and he would just deliberately knock me over, push me over to the ground. And then the nanny would come and pick me up and move me around. And then Tuca would do the same thing again, over and over. He would come in and just push me over. It was probably like a testosterone thing, dog versus man. But anyway, it was still a very loving relationship, and Tuca would have done anything, killed, in order to protect me. So I was a very lucky little boy. What, hold on, I just got to check some notes on the screen there. Hold on, let's check. Tina, I'm a Scorpio. All my shepherds are fire signs, and my rising sign is Sag. Jennifer Rubino. Same here. She's really my mom's dog, but I take care of her too. She wasn't the dog I had as a kid, though. I felt the dog was more my dog, Tina. Sasha and Charlie are double Leo. Aries moon, and Ava is Aries. That's a lot of fire. Jennifer Rubino. That's good, Tina. She should get along well with the other dogs. Tina. They are almost 5. Whoa. Yo. Alright. Let's go back over here. Thank you. So, Lorraine, I guess you're not here tonight, so I'm going to keep this post-it note for you, dear Lorraine. I'm going to keep this. So hopefully in the near future, in the next few weeks, you'll get your own mini reading, all right? But in the meantime, thank you very much, everybody. I am going to dive into it with a group reading. Please don't expect too much, everybody, because I don't do these very often anymore, and I might be a little bit shambolic in the way this comes out. So, clear your minds, clear your space, clear his little deck. I'm going to use the Tarot Illumination Heart Spread. I used to do these things all the time. That's when the channel was very active and very live before the end of 2018. Sadly, it's not like that anymore. But anyway, we're still here. It's actually still alive. Alright, there we go. Excellent shuffle. We are clear. We're in a really good clear space. Alright, before we do this, I just need a breather. You know what that means. As per Tina's request. Whoa, freaky. This is the heart spread, if I can remember anything. I haven't done one of these in a long time. Here's the heart center energy. The heart needs what it needs. It wants what it wants. Has to get what it has to get. So it's kind of always like calling out a message. Here's where we're coming from. This is the baggage that we're bringing in with us. Here's where we are right now. This is the healing power of now. Forget about the past. Forget about the future. In the now, you get to this point of realization where it's all about the decisions. The decisions that we make. Be loving, be loved. Be not loving, be not loved. These are simple decisions. It's nothing to do with spirituality or astrology or mysticism or anything. It's just raw physics. It's just the raw facts of life, raw nature. Okay? The energy of the decision itself here. So we're halfway through the spread. So what does it look like when you come out of the decision-making process over here? Okay? I'm trying to line this up so it fits perfectly in the screen. I hope you can see all of this. And then when you are living in the now, let's either consciously or unconsciously, What happens when we are consciously in the now and we are, let's say, aware of the energy? What does that look like? What does it look like when we are not conscious? What are we losing? What are we giving away? Okay? And then where does this take us? Okay? So I'm hoping you can see this. It's kind of squashed up on this tiny stage, but this is the Terra Lumination heart spread. Okay? Okay, I'm going to do the same thing over here. This is the surrounding energy, circumstantial energy. Let's just say the planets, okay? We've got the King of Cups. It's a very romantic energy. It's a very powerful energy. It's a very heartfelt energy. It's about how do you maintain stability in a world of in a world of emotional chaos. Okay? You can almost say that's what's happening on planet Earth today right now anyway. How do you find the balance? How do you lay down an anchor in an ocean of chaos? Okay? In the way that you would feel it in the heart. Okay, over here in the heart center. Over here in the heart center. Like, biologically, the way we are built, our head, our physical biological head, is basically the tip of the antenna. If you think of your body as a transceiver is very similar to a cell phone. A cell phone transmits and receives energy simultaneously. This is most obvious in speech when you are talking live with someone on a smartphone. You can talk over them. They can talk over you. You can talk, they can talk. They can speak and you listen. You can speak and they listen. Either way, it's simultaneous movement of energy. That's what we're talking about here. And in that energy field of the heart center, for a lot of people, there's a lot of turbulence. A lot of people don't want to feel anything. They don't want to feel happy or sad. They just want status quo. They want equilibrium. They want a feeling of safety, a feeling that everything's going to be okay. And they deny or deflect or try to destroy anything that would upset their false sense of equilibrium. But with true King of Cups energy, what would happen is we would allow ourselves to be completely open, utterly open to the turbulence and the massive ebb and flow of emotion that flows through us all day, every day. Happy, sad, angry, peaceful, loving, caring, whatever it is. It's a lot of pressure right now. So at the center, here's the message from the heart itself. The heart itself, it feels like the message is really simple. Please, dear people, all I want is the truth. I am so sick of fake media, fake messages, fake honesty, fake caring, fake compassion, all that garbage, whatever they call it, that's going on in politics right now, especially in America, but even across the whole world, but especially in America, where there are these really sick, fake agendas going on that present themselves as being very loving and caring and true, but in fact, They are highly prejudiced and judgmental and totally self-serving. The heart is saying here, like, enough of the bullshit. I want simple facts, simple truth, simple honesty according to the laws of nature, the laws of physics, the laws of the universe, not the imaginations of deprived, distorted, delusional human beings. What are we bringing in with us? Okay, so with the Fool card here, it feels to me like we're all coming into this vortex of time and energy right now, which would be this. Look at this as a time stamp. Look at this as like a rubber stamp. You know how in the rubber stamps, or those adjustable, very old-fashioned stamps, and it's you have an ink pad and the stamp, and you turn the stamp over and you adjust all the numbers and the dates and the messages for the moment, then you stamp it in the ink, and then you stamp that on the paper. Think of this as a time stamp right now. This is the time stamp of right now. And what the time stamp of right now is indicating is that as a collective, as a planet, as humanity, we have to be honest with ourselves. We are completely blind. We are heading into a whole new paradigm of existence where it doesn't matter if you're Zark Zuckerberg or Beth Jesus or Elon Musk or Richard Branson or any of those folks. We're still coming in blind to a whole new paradigm. That's a problem. None of us really know exactly how much baggage and damage we're carrying with us. None of us really know how much goodness and benevolence we're carrying with us. The people who might appear to be our saviors could be our enemies. The people who might appear to be our enemies could be our saviors. This is a problem of perception. So what about now? How does that look now? Okay, with the Nine of Swords, when you boil it down, it means it's very difficult for all of us, everybody in humanity right now, to deal with the consequences of what's happening right now. To me, it's really simple in this reading. This Nine of Swords is directly correlated to this massive freaking T-square. Okay? What are we doing here? Who am I? Who are you? Why are you here? What is your purpose? What is your meaning? Are you just here to suck up resources, time, energy, get drunk, be happy, have sex, take drugs, make money, indulge yourself in three-dimensional lustful satisfaction? Or do you have a purpose and meaning? Are you willing to undergo radical upheavals and shakeups in order to evolve and grow? With the Nine of Swords, my feeling is that a lot of us are basically having difficulties trying to decipher exactly what's going on right now. On a universal scale, on a global scale, there is so much strife, turmoil, upheaval, that we start to take it personally. You know? In a way, I feel very lucky, because part of me seems to have the ability to be extremely detached. Like, it's almost like, okay, so what? So the whole of planet Earth is going through these massive, convulsive upheavals, these evolutionary leaps, which are inevitable and totally predictable, and 70, 80, 90% of the time really uncomfortable. All you have to do is think about global finances and global weather, and that covers a lot of it already without even having to get into your personal life. Do you see what I mean? So how are we going to deal with that? This is the collective energy of woe is me. I guarantee that anybody and everybody out there, no matter how rich and successful and happy you may present yourself to be on the surface to the rest of Earth, deep down you've got some serious questions going on. What about now? In the now, we ultimately means we have to make decisions. So with the Two of Wands here, at the energy of decision making, it becomes really important to understand the importance of decision making, the importance of the importance of understanding that every decision that you make, that I make, that we make, has an outcome, has a consequence. And so every time that you are faced with having to make a decision, you're also faced with having to realize, oh my God, my decision has an outcome. Oh no. So of course, on a massive scale, in terms of humanity, from what I can tell, 95% of humanity would rather that the decision-making process is done by someone or something in a position of power, so that you and me or us don't have to be responsible for the outcomes of our decisions. I hope that makes sense. But in reality, the message here is that, oh my God, it's up to me. Each one of us as individuals, we have to start getting used to the idea of taking full responsibility for our lives, so that it isn't just some kind of random chaos journey, so that we don't end up in random chaos pain, and instead we actually partake in the outcome. The only way you can partake in the outcome is by making decisions. So we end up in a position of, oh my God, I have to make decisions. We have to make decisions. In other words, like with the politics and the economics going around on the world today, what side are you on? Question 2. Are you even aware that there is a side? Number 3, are you aware that if you do not make decisions, then so-called fate will make decisions for you? Number 4, are you aware that if you are operating at that level, are you aware that by abandoning your own personal decision-making process, you are basically giving permission to anyone and everything on planet Earth to screw you over in any way that suits them or the other people? It's up to you. It takes a lot of, let's say, emotional integrity and courage, stature, power, commitment to understand that and get around that and climb above it and actually start making your own decisions, our own decisions, for better or worse. Every time you give away your power, every time I give away my power, every time we the people give away our power, we are destroying ourselves, hurting ourselves unwittingly without even being aware of it. It's time to stop. This is no longer acceptable. At the level of the masses and the collective, we have to be aware that our decision-making process, our choices, are creating outcomes. So the question is, what are the outcomes that you would like? In that case, what are the decisions that we need to make in order to enjoy the outcomes that we would like? That's a very tough thing to handle. Excuse me, I had a little hiccup. Here's the energy of what happens with the decision-making process. How are we going to do that? So with the Page of Pentacles, it's an indication that we're going to have to accept that we, the people, as a collective, we still have so much to learn about how our collective decision-making processes lead to outcomes. Okay, so we're talking about things like voting and the rights to vote, the rights to freedom of speech, the right to private property, our rights as human beings relative to each other. There are certain philosophies and politics out there that are trying to convince us that we're all in this together like some massive totalitarian soup where there are just a handful of elites that command and control everything for your benefit. I'm sorry, that's a massive delusion, because it's not for your benefit. It's for the benefit of a handful of other people that are not you. So, we get left with the position and the realization of, oh my God, I have to take full responsibility for myself and my outcomes and my decisions. I cannot outsource my decision making. I can't outsource my life and my outcomes to other people like politicians and bankers and leaders. That's a big problem. What does that look like? Okay, with the Five of Cups here, to me this is going back to the Chiron and Aries thing, like, oh my God. You start to realize, I start to realize that if I do not take full command, control, and ownership of my destiny through the process of decision making, maybe 10, 20, 50, 100 key decisions every day, then I am creating misery by default. If I assume that my destiny and my outcome is going to be determined for my best outcome by somebody else, we're going to discover that that is not true. And then we realize, like, oh my God, I created my own misery by outsourcing my own decision making to other people who I trusted, who I had no business trusting, who I believed and trusted. And now I can see the shame and the misery and feel it in myself about how I screwed myself. And that is very sad and very tragic. But the people who prey on us, the innocent, understand how this works already. So it's very tragic. And we need to wake up to the tragedy of not living our lives for ourselves according to... I'm not telling everybody it's time to become a completely self-absorbed narcissist. What I'm suggesting, it's time for everyone to become radically more self-aware of who they really are at the core of their identity. Astrology and tarot can help. Astrology and tarot are very powerful tools for helping people come to a realization of their selfhood and their identity. So they are not lost, wandering souls. They realize that, why God, I do have power, I do have feelings, I do have a right to sovereignty. I can make decisions. I should make decisions. And I need to do it in a way that is what is best for me. Because what is best for me is what is best for my immediate surroundings and my outcome. Now, what is best for me doesn't mean necessarily things like self-aggrandizement and viciously selfish gain. It's about what is best for me in my soul growth and development. That's a very different story. Sometimes it means having to make very tough decisions that go against the ego. But there we are. Such is life. So what does it look like if we abandon the phenomenon of decision making and instead we opt by, in other words, we opt by unconscious willingness to give our decision making up to someone else? In other words, we're basically telling ourselves and each other, like, actually, I don't want to live my own life. All I want to do is plug myself into a lifestyle package deal where somebody that I trust and who seems to be knowing what they're doing makes all my decisions for me, and then all I have to do is follow the leader. Can you see a problem here, people? So what happens if you abandon your selfhood? What happens if you abandon your sovereign self to something or someone that presents themselves to you as a higher power and a higher authority? Oh dear, we have a problem. So with the Six of Cups, my feeling is like, oh my God, I should have known this from the past, because all of us here on planet Earth have lived past lives where we should have learned and known by now what we're talking about in this reading. And all of our past lives and experiences have led up to this point where today, right now, it's like we realize, oh, by abandoning the decision-making process, by refusing to live in truth, by choosing to live in, let's just say, blind obedience and chaos, I can easily open myself up to a lot of problems that don't have to be. So with the Six of Cups, it makes me feel like every lifetime that you have led up till now, that I have led up till now, and your friends and family have led up till now, are all part of the journey and the learning experience that gets you and me and each other's loved ones to the point where we realize that we couldn't learn or understand this message or this story without having had past life relationships that in some cases worked really well, in some cases did not work. Because that's the only way you learn here on physical Earth, is through physical experience. So by abandoning the decision-making process, which means giving away your power, it means you're throwing away all the lessons of the past. On the other hand, by grasping the decision-making power that you have available to you today, by choice, you can tap into and exploit and take full advantage of all the learning experiences of your past lives, for better or for worse, into what are we going to do now, today, right now. So what does that look like? Okay, it looks to me like a marriage of the soul to three-dimensional reality. In other words, it's really, really simple. In other words, it's like everything is exactly as it should be today, right now, because it can't be any other way. I've used this expression many times. And so you realize, oh my God, it's really, really simple. It all comes down to decisions. If I make really sucky, stupid, naive, immature decisions that are either self-serving or, let's say, outsourcing the decision-making process in life to other people, other entities, other powers, then I get what I deserve. It is a very powerful marriage of consequence. Decisions lead to outcomes. It's really simple. So the question is, what kind of outcomes do you want in life? And then you realize, like, bad decisions lead to bad outcomes. Abandoning the decision-making process leads to chaos and random outcomes later on. Grasping the decision-making process and honoring it and living through it despite the pain and suffering of what it means to get to where we are today, think of the Chiron in Aries, means we get this beautiful merger and marriage of like, oh my God, I made a right decision and it came to good outcomes. So you can see the marriage between good decisions and good outcomes. It becomes very simple. It becomes the laws of physics, laws of nature, laws of the universe, laws of heaven. This is a very difficult reading to absorb, understand, and communicate. But I've done the best I can. I hope it makes sense to some of you and you get something out of this. Hello, Phoenix. Is it too late to get a reading? I've just done a group reading. Phoenix, I'm up for it if you want to. If you wanted to put $10, $15, $20 into the super chat or the donations or the... I'll show you. Okay, I'm just going to really cut through to it. Hello, Moonlight. Sorry, hello, Phoenix. Phoenix, this is just for you. Phoenix, I'm willing to do one more reading tonight. You have to lock it up really fast. Either you go here, go to terralumination.com, click the donate button, put in $10 or more on the donate page through the payment processor. It will show up here. If you already have a PayPal account, you can just send money directly to a little bookabout at yahoo.com. The other way you can do it is through Super Chat. The Super Chat button is down there where you type in the chat, just where you were right now. You click that button, it opens up a payment processor. You swipe your debit credit card through there, and the money comes to Terra Illumination. But the platform takes about 30%. So I'm going to shuffle up, I'm going to hang around, I'm going to sip my beverages, I'm going to wait for a little bit to see if Phoenix wants... Okay, Moonlight did a 20. Wow, thank you. Thank you, Moonlight. Excellent, so you're going to get a reading. That's the last reading of the night, people. Thank you very much. I don't know how much I can tell you how I appreciate these donations, because they are literally keeping the channel going. Moonlight, you are up. So previously tonight we had Tina, we had Necessary, we had Gregory. Lorraine, I still owe you one. We just had a group reading, and now we're going to do a reading for Moonlight. That's the last reading of the night, people. No more. Alright, so there's your magic post-it note. You just spent $20 on a very expensive post-it note, but you do get a free mini reading. Hey, Phoenix, you're going to get your reading, okay? You're going to get your reading tonight, right now. It's happening right now. So hang in. All right, Moonlight. Sorry, I was talking. Blah, blah, blah. Wait a minute. I'm getting confused here. Hold on just a second. Wait a minute. Is it too late to get a reading? Phoenix. Reading. No. Phoenix says, it's okay next time. Things are rough today. I appreciate you though. Okay. I don't really keep money on my PayPal just for bills next time. Moonlight. Oh, okay. Sorry. I got totally confused. Sorry it was happening so quickly. Moonlight. Okay. Moonlight. I don't know you and you don't know me, and that's fine. I love to do blind readings. Your name is Heather. That's fantastic. So, Phoenix, dear Phoenix, I guess I was actually expecting to write out a post-it note for you, Phoenix, but we'll do it another time, no worries. But tonight, right now, Moonlight, you're going to get a mini reading. This is the last reading of the evening. Okay, thank you very much, people. Just want to check in. I'm going to shuffle up. Thank you, Moonlight. First of all, give me a moment here. I need to shuffle up, okay? I like having a really pristine deck. No worries, Phoenix. Thank you for dropping in. We'll connect again another time, okay? No worries. Right now, Phoenix, we do this pretty much every Sunday evening. Been doing it for the last 4 years. Pretty much non-stop. I missed a few, but usually it's every Sunday evening in America. I need to shuffle up the deck for Moonlight. Don't look. Don't read anything into that, okay? I don't do jumpers and flyers and all of that stuff. So, while I'm shuffling Moonlight, I'm going to have a little sip of my beverage. Now, Moonlight, if you've never been here before, if you want to, I'm happy to do a complete blind reading. You don't have to say anything. I'll just do the reading. If you do have a burning issue, like, I don't know, whatever it is, you want to type it in the screen, please just like one word. Please, can you help me or find what messages do you have for me, Tarot Lumination, tonight regarding the subject of ... Now that could be finances, health, love, relationships, family, home, career, society, marriage, children, my destiny, whatever it is. If you want to put one word on the screen, fine. Otherwise, I will do a complete blind reading for you, which is fun. I love doing those. So I'm just going to shuffle here just a little bit more, and then I'll just check the screen. But in the meantime, we are well shuffled. Now I'm going to hang out with people. Okay, cheers. Hello. I have a really good computer, but with the things that I do on the computer, sometimes it takes a toll. One day I'd like to afford a really awesome freaking computer. It would basically be a laptop. It would have a very powerful processor called an Intel i9 octa-core. That is the beast. The looks of the computer, it's not such a big deal, but it needs to be a laptop and it needs to be an i9 octa-core. Intel. That's just something on my wish list. We're talking about $2,000 at least. And then I can rest assured that all the softwares, the programs, and the platforms all work really, really smoothly without crashing. Because the way I operate on the channel right now is that we're operating at the highest levels of the abilities of my computer systems. I hope you don't mind. Anyway, I just wanted to share that. Hold on, what's that subject of Trevor? Oh, moonlight. Moonlight, you were here earlier. You were talking about Trevor is the son who is in a semi-conscious state. Is that correct? Hold on. Okay, hold on. My computer is really struggling right now. This is my computer. It's operating at its limits. It's a really good computer, but what I do on this channel requires a huge amount of computing power. It's just raw power. I need to go next level. If there's any multi-millionaires out there watching the channel and you're looking for ways to lose a lot of money really quickly, send it over here to Lumination. I am very receptive, okay? Okay, Moonlight, it says you have been here. You've watched. Hold on. Moonlight. There was somebody earlier who was talking about, I think it was their son, who was stuck in a semi-conscious coma state. And you were looking for a psychic medium to be able to connect with your son. Is that correct? Is that you? I'm watching the chat, but we also understand that the chat has about a 30 to 45 second delay. So what you're seeing and what I am sensing is about 45 seconds apart. Okay? So I'm going to wait here to see what happens with give me a second. Hold on. I want to with Moonlight. I want to see what's happening with Moonlight here. Oh, that is you. Oh, okay. Thank you, Moonlight. Thank you very much. Okay. A tarot reading will be fine. All right. So you're interested about Trevor. And Trevor is your son. And Trevor is in a semi-conscious coma. Okay. I get it. Is that correct? Please please confirm or affirm what I understand. Give me a second. I'm trying to get really clear with Moonlight here. Tarot reading will be fine. Okay. Alright. Okay, alright. Thank you. Alright, let's do this. Okay, Moonlight. I just want to let you know that I'm feeling a connection already before we pull the cards. Okay, Moonlight, here's what I'm sensing over here. I am sensing that Trevor is aware of what is happening right now at this moment. Trevor is aware that you are his mother and that you seek some form of communication, connection with Trevor while he is in this semi-conscious coma for whatever reason. What I'm sensing here is that you just said something on the screen that says, he is right here in the room with me. So, Moonlight, it sounds to me like you're actually physically in three-dimensional terms in the room with Trevor, or that Trevor is in the room with you. Okay? Whether that's a place in your home or your house or a dwelling or a hospital or something or a care home or whatever. I need that clarity, okay, Moonlight? I need to know in clarity that your words on the screen are actually describing that he is here in the room with you, in physical presence. Could you please affirm that or elaborate on that for me? Because I'm already getting impressions over here from Trevor, but I need to know the environment in which this is happening. You have been in a hotel for 3 years. Okay. Okay, before I even go into the tarot reading, okay. I see your notes, Moonlight. Because what I am sensing over here is that Trevor is more than aware of your presence and more aware of the situation. Okay, I don't know how to do this except by going over here. Okay, Moonlight, what I'm sensing over here is like Trevor feels like he's in this really awkward position. It's like I'm kind of acting at the moment. Pretend I'm Trevor. Imagine I'm Trevor. And Trevor is like, it's almost like, I'm sorry it is this way. I'm sorry about the circumstances and the conditions. I am aware that it is very difficult for you. But I want you to know that it's also very difficult for me because I don't actually know how to deal with this situation. Excuse me. The thing, okay, as myself, Tarot Lumination, as the reader, the thing that I'm sensing is that Trevor is so happy to make this connection with you through this mini reading with Tarot Lumination. So it's like, oh, wow, we have this way to connect. Now, another thing is that what I'm sensing here is that Trevor feels deep down that he has very little say in what is happening with him physiologically, mentally, biologically, in three-dimensional terms. It's like it's almost beyond his understanding. And he wishes it could be more in his control and understanding so that he could find a pathway to recovery and get back to traditional three-dimensional life. But it's kind of beyond him at the moment. And he wants you to know that he is very aware of your frustrations and your desire for understanding and obviously for healing. But to me it feels like Trevor is also trying to say is like, honestly, I don't know much about this myself, and if I did, I would do something about it, but really I'm kind of as stuck in this as you are. Anyway, okay, so Moonlight, I'm going to go ahead with the reading now. Hello, Mona. Hey, Mona, we are doing a reading. Dear Moonlight, I want to let you know that Mona Birkness is an energy healer, and her husband is an energy healer. And I feel that Mona showed up here at exactly the right time, for the right reason, with the right people, for the right purpose. After this reading is over, Moonlight, what I would like to do is connect you with Mona, because then Mona will connect you with her husband, who is a remote healer, a remote energy healer. And Mona's husband is actively seeking and enjoying clients where he can share his gift with remote energy healing. Okay? So let's just work on your reading for now. But dear Mona and dear Moonlight, I feel it's very important that you two connect. Moonlight is an active mother. Mona, you are an active mother. We have worked together before. All right? Now, I've already done quite a bit of shuffling, but I'm going to keep going. Mona, I hope you heard my messages. I hope you are okay with that. I think it's a very clear, simple example of synchronicity. Moonlight is supposed to connect with you, Mona, so that Mona, you can connect your husband with Moonlight, okay? Whoa. This is a spooky reading. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Let's have a look at the circumstantial energy. Again, I'm just going to refer to the astrology. So we've got the Six of Pentacles here. The question of need Who needs what? Who needs what from whom? Who has what to offer to the other? Who is the other that has anything to offer to someone else? Okay, Moonlight, what I'm sensing is that what's happening with Trevor, whatever it is, it's almost like it's nothing to do with the illness or the condition itself. It's almost like this condition, this situation, looks like you've been dealing with it for 3 years. It's really about a journey about creating balance and equilibrium of understanding so that you, Moonlight, can grow in very physical, material understandings about life and the world and everything and how it actually works in 3 dimensions. And at the same time, Trevor is coming from, let's say, beyond the grave, from the spiritual realm, where he can contribute his side of the story. It's almost like, and this is going to sound really weird, Moonlight, but it's like Trevor is helping you to understand some of the most important, profound things about love and life and healing in this lifetime, in this physical, measurable lifetime. And as you, Moonlight, as a mother, engage with Trevor, you too are helping Trevor to understand, like, the healing power of love in a 3-dimensional aspect in this lifetime. I mean, this sounds very strange for a reading, but that's what I think is actually happening here. Honestly, I don't know how to relate that to this chart right now, but it's probably very much to do with the Neptune, Jupiter retrogrades in Pisces, which is all about how you have to reveal it to heal it. Okay? These are not heavily aspected right now, except for Jupiter and Pisces on the cusp and Mercury on the cusp of Cancer. It's a very odd cusp because it's really out of signs. But anyway, what I'm sensing is that... Hold on. Stay there. I got some notes from Mona. Mona, I just opened your chat to make it available to the public. All right, so, dear Moonlight, I'm feeling a strong presence here of Trevor. Okay, again, like some of the other readings, just imagine, this is Tarot Lumination, and just imagine Trevor is right here, or right here. And Trevor is in a situation where he's fully aware of what's happening. And he's fully aware of the inconvenience of what's happening and how hard it is for you to deal with this. I feel he's also aware that there is a purpose and a meaning to this situation, specifically between yourself and Trevor, that could only happen between yourself and Trevor in order for your deep soul, spirit, healing, and evolution to happen. simultaneously with his own deep soul healing and evolution to happen. And it's just that in three-dimensional terms, for this to happen, it can only happen in such a really awkward, painful, uncomfortable, difficult, confusing circumstance. Hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second here, okay, Moonlight? Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay, so Moonlight, it's like Trevor is trying to send a message to you. The message would be something like this. I didn't plan this to happen. I wasn't even aware that this situation was going to happen to me. I am aware of how difficult this is for you. But if you want to know the truth, I am only realizing now what this means for me too. He's also saying, and this is not going to sound good, but he's also saying like something like, please don't expect a quick or immediate or a sudden recovery. It's like, wow, this is like, oh gosh. It's almost like the hidden message is like, please understand, Mom, that we're actually doing each other a favor. Like, I am Trevor. It would be so much more cool to be participating in life. And it would be so much more cool if you could just be Moonlight, my mom, participating in life as if none of this ever happened. But the reality is that this is our reality. This is how it is for us. And it's like you and me, Mom, we're living in the moment. And we're just going to figure it out as we go along. Okay? He wants you to know that he loves you and really appreciates your attendance and your care. It's almost like humorous now. It's just like, I wish we could have put this off to another lifetime, or perhaps we could have figured this out in another lifetime. But sadly, what we're dealing with is happening right now in this lifetime. So we might as well just embrace it and get used to it. and somehow or other find the joy in this, okay? It's not like Trevor is bleeding his eyes out crying, and he doesn't want you to bleed your eyes out crying either. It's more just a question of like, let's just accept things as how they are, and we will figure this out one tiny step at a time. In real life, in 3D, in the hotel, every day. Reading by reading, communication, whatever it is, we'll figure it out, okay? Alright, I've got to go back to the reading here. Hold a second. Alright, here we are. So, it's a question of balance. It's coming to terms with each other's energy. Okay, the Six of Pentacles here. You, Moonlight, are doing Trevor a favor. Trevor is doing you a favor. It seems like a very strange way for that to happen, but that's what's happening. What's the situation? Obviously, it's very tragic. With the Five of Cups here, it's just simple, raw tragedy. That's it. Now, there is hope for the future because there are two little cups that remain upstanding. But the pain and grief and suffering of the moment, of the present, of the now, is so overwhelming that it's very hard to take account of or be aware of the love that still is there. And there is another bridge to a whole new life on the other side. But at the moment, it's like you, Moonlight. This is your reading, okay, Moonlight? It's like it's like being consumed by grief. Completely and utterly consumed by grief. Now, if that's what's happening, you're doing a very good job of dealing with being consumed by grief. But still, it's consumed by grief. What's the problem here? Justice, karma. To me, it feels like there is no justice. There is no reason. There is no justification for the pain and the suffering that is going on here. It doesn't make any sense that something so horrible and painful as having a son who's semi-conscious in a coma is actually how things are meant to be according to, let's say, the laws of the universe or the laws of karma. It's almost like, how could the laws of the universe, the laws of karma, be so perverse and ugly and hideous to leave me, Moonlight, with a situation of so much grief, so much suffering? That doesn't make any sense, and that really should never have happened. And yet, here we are. How are we going to deal with this? Because it's a very heavy energy. Moonlight, you're dealing with it extremely well. But to be honest, this is a very heavy, tragic energy to carry. Oh, it's beautiful. So we have the Two of Cups here. The way I see this with the Two of Cups, it's a very long, slow, painful journey to understand the healing power of love, to understand the meaning of love and what love really is, as opposed to what we think it is. A lot of people have very, let's say, rosy expectations of love, that it's going to be hormonally satisfying, it's going to be satisfying for your endorphins and all your, what are those pleasurable hormones called? All of those things combined, and everything is sweet and gooey and lovely all the time. But at the essence of love, it's all about being loving and being loved in a way that's nothing to do with sexuality or romance or passion. It's just something very, very pure and very, very simple. It's the healing power of love. It does exist. And now I'm not going to sit here and predict that just because you, Moonlight, are in this situation, and it is a really rich learning environment to understand the true meaning of love, I'm not going to say that all of a sudden Trevor is going to experience instant cure and be back there in life and the tragedy will be over. What it feels like to me is more like we're on a journey. All of us are on a journey, and you, Moonlight, are on a journey. It is a shared journey, like a compact, like a contract, like an agreement that you would have made in heaven, in your spirit world, before you incarnated in this life, in this lifetime, in this person who you are, and as this mother who you are, with this child of yours, this son, Trevor. I mean, how many mothers do you know who would deliberately choose to incarnate in a lifetime where they have to live in a hotel with their semi-conscious, comatose son? Seriously. Very few mothers would choose that. But on the spiritual plane, this is what's happened. And there is something very beautiful about it. If you see in the background here, these dazzling, glowing, concentric circles. I don't know if you can see it here. They're very clear from my perspective. They're very clear here, and they're very clear here, but the camera can't show it. But it's all about understanding love and the healing power of love through the process of grief. It sounds awful, but that's what this is about. It's almost like this is going to sound really absurd, but the joy of tragedy, the essence of love and understanding that can only come through tragedy. What an awful thing, but that's what it's like here. We're not talking about boyfriend, girlfriend. You're his mother. He's your son. So we're talking about love at the highest frequencies. Okay? It's not romance. It's not passion. It's not sexual. It's not reproductive. It's just love. It's just pure love, okay? All right. So in this reading, I'm not sensing or feeling anything about outcomes. Okay, I'm not sensing anything like, oh, all of a sudden your son is going to regain consciousness and be fully participating in life. What I am sensing is that what's really happening here is this beautiful journey to understanding the true nature of love in a way that could only be experienced through the tragedy of what you have right now. Also, Moonlight, I'm sensing over here like this thing coming from Trevor where he's saying like, I wish I could promise a good outcome, but I don't even know myself where things are or where they're going. Now, whether that is a good thing or bad thing, I don't know. So Moonlight, it's kind of like a really inconclusive reading. It's like you're being left hanging there. Just literally hanging. Like the story will go on. So again, I would really encourage you to connect with Mona. Okay? If you have trouble, Moonlight, if you have trouble, just get in contact with Tarot Lumination. Okay? Here, for example, this is a glimpse at the Tarot Lumination website. This is the donation page, okay? But you can also go to the connect page and you can write to me directly, okay? And from there I can hook you up directly with Mona and her husband. Like I said earlier, Mona is already operating on our frequencies, and her husband is a remote energy healer. It's almost like he looks for situations like this. Really challenging, very difficult situations where traditional healing only goes so far. Anyway, Mona, I hope you don't mind that I have introduced you to Moonlight. Moonlight meet Mona. Mona meet Moonlight. The idea is to introduce you to the husband of Mona, okay? Yeah. So, again, this reading looks like it's very inconclusive. Okay, Moonlight? And so the story is unfolding. I think we're looking into new chapters, okay? What I'm sensing over here is that Trevor is very glad that we did this. He's frustrated that we can't just create instant solutions and bring you, Moonlight, into resolution and happiness and all of a sudden like a miracle cure. We're just going to go on from here. So let's make it our business between us to reconnect again in the future, okay? All right, Moonlight? Okay, Mona? Okay, Mona's dad. Okay, Trevor, we're going to do this. We're just going to keep working on this, okay? All right, just as a backup, Moonlight, just as a backup, all I'm suggesting is go to tarotlumination.com and go to the connect page, and I will make it my job to introduce you directly to Mona and her husband, okay? There you go. Thank you, everybody, for your kindness and your donations. Thank you, Mona, for showing up at the last second. Thank you, Moonlight, for requesting and paying for your mini reading. Thank you, Necessary. Thank you, Gregory. Thank you, Tina. Thank you, everybody else. Lorraine, we still have one. I owe you, okay? I still owe you, okay, Lorraine? So I'm going to keep your post-it note here. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to shuffle it up, wrap it up, and that'll be the end. And we'll move on, and we'll all start a new week. We just had the Cancer new moon, and in a few days, or whatever it is, almost 2 weeks, we're going to have our full moon. there we go. So Lorraine, if you're out there, check in whenever you can, all right? Okay, I'm going to say goodnight to everybody. Thank you all. Thank you for your kindness, your donations. I really appreciate it. All these little things, they really, really add up. It helps me to keep my life going over here. We're working on a shoestring, as you know. And I like to stay optimistic. So I really appreciate that I still even have the channel at all. And you've had a chance to connect. I've had a chance to connect with you. You connect with me. It's very personal, but it's also very public. Okay? Thank you all so much. I'm going to wrap it up now. I'm going to play a little farewell. I got to think of a tune. I want to... Give me a second. I want to... I can't think of the tune right now. Damn it. I'll play Through the Ether, because that's about like energy healing through the ether. Let me see if it'll come up here. Through the ether. I know I have my songs here. I'm going to retype it. See if it'll come through. No, wrong. Poor little computer, it just can't cope. It really, literally just can't cope. No, it's just, it can't cope. It's pathetic. It's so sad. My computer has reached the limits of its abilities. What to do? I guess I could play the blue light if that happens. No, none of it's working. That's really sad. Alright, so anyway, we'll figure it out. I must have been pressing some wrong buttons or something like that, I'm not sure.